Chapter 705, Returning Home. Chapter 705, Returning Home. Lin Ming quickly glanced over at everyone. Although a large majority of the Divine Phoenix Island's disciples had died in battle, those that lived were mostly the best of the elites. With these forces, it wouldn't take too many years for Divine Phoenix Island to restore itself to its former glory. With Lin Ming supporting them, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to become a fifth-grade sect. Lin Ming, Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, HM? Ha ha ha. A raucous laugh sounded out. Lin Ming turned around to see that the one crazily laughing was Zhongzhen, the first friend Lin Ming had made after entering Divine Phoenix Island. Zhongzhen. Seeing so many familiar faces, Lin Ming's heart was filled with a nostalgic emotion. He walked forwards and patted Zhongzhen's shoulder. There's also Senior Apprentice Brother Ding Shan, Senior Apprentice Sister Xiaoqing, Senior Master Qingyi. Lin Ming called out a series of names. Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoqing were the chief disciples of the generation right after Mu Qianyu. They had attended revered Master Tianguang's birthday festival with Lin Ming and their performance had been quite adequate. As for Mu Qingyi, she was the Blue Luan faction elder that had often looked after Lin Ming and helped him in the Demon God Imperial Palace. To meet with familiar people after a period of separation was peculiar. Even though it had only been 2 to 3 years, after being separated by a great catastrophe, it was like they had been worlds apart, leaving a sense of infinite sadness and wistfulness. Lin Ming spoke with these old friends and seniors, catching up with various matters. Then, he walked by to Mu Qianyu and the other's side, passing her a bunch of fire attribute medicinal herbs. Yua, this is for Little Flame and Fire Shine. It should be enough to help them recover some of the essence energy they had lost. Millimeter. Mu Qianyu took the herbs, her eyes wet. Little Flame was a very smart and intelligent creature. It was well aware of cause and effect, and just what had happened and why. Still, Little Flame never blamed Mu Qianyu a single bit. This caused her to feel even guiltier. Lin Ming laid down a sound isolating enchantment and then took out a square jade box from his spatial ring. He opened it, revealing the crystal clear black-colored beads that were inside. There were ones as large as a fist and some as small as a pigeon egg. As Mu Yuhuang, Mu Fengxian, and the others saw this jade box filled with black beads, their hearts skipped a beat. They could feel an incomparably pure and tyrannical power emanating from these beads. Compared to it, any sort of top-grade true essence stone was nothing but absolute garbage. In fact, they could even feel faint fluctuations of life from these black beads. It was as if these black beads each contained the remnant soul of a peerless powerhouse. Lin Ming, what is this? Mu Yuhuang found it hard to remain calm. The value of these treasures had completely surpassed her scope of understanding. Sect Master, these are demon god bones. After a powerhouse dies, if the leftover energy field doesn't disperse, it will condense into an energy crystal after tens or hundreds of thousands of years. The demon god bone can be used to increase one's cultivation. The ones with slighter, weaker energy fluctuations are human step demon god bones. They can be used for mid and late revolving core powerhouses to increase their cultivation. As for the ones with stronger energy fluctuations, those are earth step demon god bones. They can be used for a life destruction powerhouse to step into the divine sea. As Lin Ming spoke these words, Mu Yuhuang and the others were frightened silly. A heavenly treasure that could be used for a life destruction powerhouse to attack the divine sea bottleneck. This was truly priceless. One could tell just from looking at the costs the various great powers had expended to compete for the Nirvana Dragon root. But from the fluctuations of energy from this box of demon god bones that Lin Ming had opened, their value was probably above even that of 2 complete Nirvana Dragon root. This was obvious. After all, the Nirvana Dragon root was a medicinal herb bred within the ruins of a 6th-grade sect. As for the demon god bones, these were formed in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone of the mystical and strange Eternal Demon Abyss. Compared to the Eternal Demon Abyss, the ancient ruins of the Demon God Imperial Palace were simply insignificant. Mu Yuhuang had no doubt that if any of the powers within the entire southern Sky Spill continent were to know of these demon god bones, then that would start a massive and bloody war of terrifying proportions. Perhaps, even holy lands would partake in this struggle. Lin Ming, Are you giving these to us? What about you? Mu Yuhuang didn't ask where Lin Ming had gotten these demon god bones. She only felt that perhaps it was a bit wasted on them. Lin Ming smiled faintly. Sect Master, in truth I have even better ones. Demon god bones couldn't be used without restriction or end. Otherwise, it would inevitably lead to instability in one's foundation. If Lin Ming had to use one, he would naturally use the best. As for those ordinary human step and earth step demon god bones, these were best used by Mu Chenyu and the others. You have even better ones. After Mu Yuhuang, Mu Fengxian, and the others heard these words, they were simply speechless. They had no idea what to say to express their feelings at this time. The items within this jade box were already the most precious heavenly treasures that they had seen in their lives. But, listening to Lin Ming's words, it seemed they weren't of any use to him. Just what sort of lucky chance had Lin Ming encountered? Without a doubt, the greater a lucky chance was, the greater the corresponding dangers. In order to obtain these treasures, just what sort of wild and crazy situations did Lin Ming go through? Mu Yuhuang and the others were simply unable to imagine this. The vast ocean allowed fish to swim and the endless skies allowed birds to fly. Whatever future boundary Lin Ming could reach, that was already beyond any guesses they could make. Lin Ming passed out the demon god bones. Mu Chenyu, Mu Bingyun, and Mu Yuhuang received demon god bones appropriate to their cultivation and potential. As for Mu Fengxian, because of her old age, she mainly would use these for supplementing the fires of her life and extending her lifespan, thus she received a human step demon god bone. Thank you. After Mu Bingyun received a demon god bone, she looked deeply at Lin Ming. She had never imagined that she too would receive one. Lin Ming, thank you for saving Little Blue and thank you for everything you've done for Divine Phoenix Island. Mu Bingyun said with a true essence sound transmission. Little Blue was Mu Bingyun's life's blue luan. If it weren't for Lin Ming arriving, then Little Blue would have ended up in the same situation as Little Flame and also captured by Yin Yang Profound Palace. For this, she was especially grateful to Lin Ming. 3 days later, in a normal and modest mortal country of the five-element region, in a small and remote town. On this day, a pair of strange visitors came to this small town. A handsome youth wearing blue robes stepped in, accompanied by a beautiful red-dressed woman. To the common people of this mortal town, these two people looked like they had jumped out of a fairy tale book. This young man and young woman were Lin Ming and Mu Chenyu. It's here. Mu Chenyu said in a gentle tone. Millimeter. Lin Ming looked at an ordinary small restaurant in front of him. The red lacquered pillars, the latticed wooden windows, the tilted roof, all of it revealed a familiar flavor. Looking up, there was a black sign hung at the top. On it was written a few words, Lin Family Restaurant. At this moment, Lin Ming felt his mind shake. He was inexplicably held in place, his mind flying back to 5 years ago when he still lived at Green Mulberry City. In Green Mulberry City, he had passed his childhood years in such a restaurant. Blue stones, simmering tea, the tapping of an abacus, friendly guests, nodding waiters, aged wine. Lin Ming finally didn't say anything. He quietly walked into the restaurant whereupon he saw a little girl with braided hair bouncing at the entrance. She wore a comfortable and well-crafted red jacket and there was a stick of sugar-coated candy in her hands. Her eyes were wide as she curiously looked at Lin Ming. Perhaps because she had grown up in this small restaurant and was used to guests, this little girl was not shy. She bit down on her sugared candy while she stared with blinking eyes at Lin Ming and Mu Chenyu. Although she didn't know who Lin Ming was, Mu Chenyu seemed to be a tad familiar to her, although she couldn't recall just where she had seen her. At this time, perhaps because of a deep throbbing connection at the depths of his bloodline, Lin Ming recognized this 3 to 4-year-old little girl. This child was his sister, that little pigeon, Lin Xiaoge. Then, Lin Ming saw a beautiful woman in her early 20s gently holding onto the hands of a middle-aged woman as they slowly walked down from the second floor. Behind them was a middle-aged man wearing a hat. In his hand was a shiny new abacus and book, as if he was ready to take count of today's sales. In that instant, Lin Ming's eyes became wet with emotion. Father, mother, and Qin Xingxuan. For some reason, a strong melancholic pain surged in his heart. Those that walked the path of martial arts were doomed to loneliness. No one would be able to keep up with his footsteps. Parents, family, friends, lovers, the stronger he became, the greater the distance between them. Lin Ming felt an inexplicable pain resonate in his heart. He knelt down, his knees hitting the floor. Father, mother, your child has returned. After Lin Ming returned home, the Lin family restaurant closed down. These days, Lin Ming lived in a room his parents had specially prepared for him, enjoying rare days of quiet tranquility. Lin Ming's parents and Lin Ming himself were excellent chefs. Even Qin Xingxuan had learned a great deal about cooking after following Lin Ming's parents these days. Only Mu Qianyu didn't know anything. This caused her a great deal of embarrassment. She also only understood some of the common mortal customs. With her special relationship with Lin Ming, if she didn't help prepare food and only allowed Lin Ming and his parents to do it, then that would be extremely rude. After quickly learning some cooking techniques from Lin Ming, with Mu Qianyu's intelligence, she was quickly able to prepare delicious meals. During the first 1 to 2 days, because Lin Ming's parents were from a normal mortal background, they were somewhat cautious of Mu Qianyu. After they slowly became familiarized with each other, they naturally relaxed and the harmony between everyone grew much more relaxed and happy. In the days that Lin Ming wasn't here, his parents had already recognized Qin Xingxuan as their daughter-in-law. To Lin Ming's parents, Qin Xingxuan was already his wife. At this time, within Qin Xingxuan's room, Lin Ming took out a jade box. Xingxuan, this is for you. Qin Xingxuan's cultivation was at the Hutian realm. After absorbing 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence, her bloodline talent even surpassed that of Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoqing. In addition, she had practiced the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle and the true primal chaos formula these past years, and her foundations were remarkably solid. Although her talent was not yet at the saint level, she had already faintly surpassed geniuses like the Sunfire Princess and Zhong Yunjian. Within the jade box, there were all sorts of heavenly treasures ranging from low to high level. There were even demon god bones. As long as Qin Xingxuan used them step by step, she would be able to break through to Xiantian by 22 to 23 years of age and then revolving core by 30 years of age. She would basically reach the level of Mu Qianyu. However, looking at all these valuable and precious heavenly treasures, Qin Xingxuan didn't smile or seem happy at all. Instead, she only lowered her head. Lin Ming was unsure just what she was thinking. Chapter 706, Reaching Black Hole Revolving Core. Chapter 706, Reaching Black Hole Revolving Core. Xingxuan, what is it? Nothing's wrong. Qin Xingxuan quickly shook her head. But this action of hers seemed as if she hoped to hide something. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He wanted to say something but he eventually didn't. Qin Xingxuan carefully took the jade box and placed it in her spatial ring. With these treasures, in addition to her current talent, it wouldn't be any problem at all for her to reach life destruction in the future. Lin Ming said, Xingxuan, it's getting late. I'll return to my room first. Millimeter, all right. Qin Xingxuan nodded and then escorted Lin Ming out. A night passed without words. The next morning, Lin Ming took his parents, little sister, along with Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu to return to the giant Leviathan's dimension. The 90-mile-long giant Leviathan flew high in the sky, soaring towards the South Sea Demon region. Lin Ming's plan was to go to the South Sea Demon region and dig up their medicine garden. The last time he went there he had simply plundered away all the medicinal herbs, but he hadn't taken away the spiritual earth. Lin Ming intended to go back and finish the job. After the South Sea Demon region had suffered such a catastrophe, they had already learned from their mistakes. They created a formation of surrounding scouts, and when Lin Ming reached the 5,000-mile border of the South Sea Demon region, the scouts discovered him and relayed the news. When Shen Yuqie received this true essence sound transmission, her face turned green with hate. She never thought that just after half a month, Lin Ming would ride the giant Leviathan back here and attack the South Sea Demon region again. If this could be tolerated, what else could be too? Bang! The chair Shen Yuqie was sitting on burst into pieces from her anger. She was so mad that she could feel her stomach twisting into queasy knots. But this time, besides escaping, there was nothing else she could do. Grinding her shiny teeth together, Xian Yuqie calmly issued out an order. All South Sea Demon Region martial artists heed my orders. Cease all training and immediately leave the 3 Demon Region islands and gather at the Abyssal Islands 1,600 miles away. Ah! The elder in charge of relaying orders was stunned. He was about to ask what had happened when Xian Yuqie angrily shouted out, "What are you doing? Hurry up." The elder quickly relayed the orders, frightened. After the only person left over was Xian Yuqie, she felt nauseous from the anger raging in her heart. "Lin Ming, you have gone too far. You and I are irreconcilable enemies." By the time Lin Ming arrived at the South Sea Demon Region, all of the martial artists had already left. This surprised Lin Ming somewhat. He slowly ordered the giant Leviathan to fly towards the South Sea Demon Region's medicine garden and discovered that there weren't many medicinal herbs left over. It seemed that almost everything had already been carried off by the South Sea Demon Region martial artists in their hasty retreat. Lin Ming faintly smiled, not caring much. He didn't come for those trash herbs to begin with. What he came for was the spiritual earth here. The South Sea Demon Region's medicine garden was already larger than the one in Yin-Yang Profound Palace. It was a full 2 square miles. Lin Ming sent out 400 to 500 tentacles, digging out the entire garden by the roots, and then took away as much as the giant Leviathan could. 1,600 miles away on a deserted island, Xian Yuqie was watching all of this take place through the phantom shadows of an array disk. Her lungs nearly exploded with rage on the spot. Before she left, she had everyone pack up all their belongings and everything else valuable. It was only the medicine garden's spiritual earth that she hadn't thought to bring away, as it was impossible to do so to begin with. Now, even that was looted by Lin Ming. He was simply a locust. Wherever he went, everything was destroyed. Her full milky white breasts fiercely heaved up and down. Xian Yuqie roared out, "Lin Ming, I hope you King die." Lin Ming commanded the giant Leviathan to head tens of thousands of miles deep into the South Sea. There, the great beast began to slowly submerge downwards. The giant Leviathan was a saint beast of the vast sea to begin with. It could dive hundreds of thousands of feet deep. At such a depth, the water pressure was terrifying. Even if it were a first-stage life-destruction powerhouse, they would be greatly weakened if they had to fight in such an environment. However, the giant Leviathan was able to regulate the pressure within and outside of its body, freely moving in the deep sea. At this time, in the dimension between the giant Leviathan's eyes, Lin Ming was sitting there, his eyes shut. In front of him were 2 high-grade Earthstep demon god bones. "Boy, are you planning to make a breakthrough in your boundary?" Demonshine's voice asked in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming had broken into Revolving Core when he had first entered the Eternal Demon Abyss. Now, over half a year had already passed. In the ancient tomb of the goddess in the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone, Lin Ming had closed up and trained there for 1 month. He had reached the large success of the early Revolving Core realm. Afterwards, he had formed his 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo and his cultivation had reached the peak of early Revolving Core. Now, with the support of these high-grade Earthstep demon godbones, it wouldn't be any problem for him to break through to the middle Revolving Core realm, thus Demonshine had asked this question. However, Lin Ming actually shook his head and said, "No, I plan on forming a black hole Revolving Core first, then I will consider making a breakthrough. Every day I don't form a black hole Revolving Core will be another day that I don't make a breakthrough." The so-called black hole Revolving Core was when one's foundation reached the pinnacle. All of the true essence pellets and other energies within the Dantian would completely condense onto the crystal core without anything escaping. This would form the most perfect Revolving Core. This sort of Revolving Core was like a black hole. There was only entry and the attraction force was also much greater. For a martial artist that reached black hole Revolving Core, not only was the total true essence in their Dantian far greater than normal, but the speed they absorbed heaven and earth origin energy was that much faster than other martial artists. There was simply no comparison between the two. Heh. Well said. If your foundation is not solid, then it will become easy to encounter bottlenecks in your future cultivation. The most important thing to you is not making a breakthrough, but building up your foundation. I estimate that Xian Wuji still has several months before he can leave his seclusion. That should be enough for you to reach black hole revolving core. Demon Shine said with appreciation. These past years, although Demon Shine was not able to help too much in the material world, he was still able to guide and direct Lin Ming so that he had to take fewer detours in his roads of martial arts. Lin Ming sat down cross-legged and took out a high-grade Earthstep Demon God Bone. Then, he began to absorb the incomparably pure energy contained within. With the support of this energy, the scattered true essence crystals that freely floated in the gaseous energy around the revolving core began to slowly condense together, falling onto the surface of the revolving core. This was an extremely arduous and time-consuming process. This was because the true essence crystal pellets were like stars in the sky. Not only that, but once these crystal pellets fell onto the revolving core's surface, they could also fall off again, forcing Lin Ming to redo the process. In order to overcome these difficulties, he had to continuously reinforce the compression process. And in order to do all this, it required a massive amount of time and energy. If he didn't have these high-grade Earthstep Demon Godbones supporting him, then Lin Ming might have needed 1 to 2 years before he was successful. Thus, no matter how much of a monstrous talent one was, it was impossible to continue without the support of resources. One would only waste their potential before completely vanishing. Training was a boring and lonesome process. Day after day passed. Because Lin Ming entered the ethereal martial intent state, he was able to rid himself of outside distractions and completely concentrate his thoughts on consolidating his foundation. Because he had taken some fasting pills before this, Lin Ming didn't even need to eat or drink. In fact, he didn't even need to move. 10 days. 1 month. 2 months. Lin Ming seemed to have turned into a statue. If it weren't for the fact that there was no dust in the giant Leviathan's dimension, he would have already become covered with a thick layer of it. Finally, after 2.5 months, the last several true essence crystals, underneath the energy compression of the Demon Godbone, cleanly settled onto the revolving core. In that instant, there was a sudden change. That revolving core that was uniformly spinning suddenly seemed as if it couldn't withstand its own attractive force, and it began emitting crackling ka sounds. Lin Ming's revolving core had begun to break. However, this breakage was not merely the appearance of cracks, but rather the entire crystal core collapsing. In the moment that the revolving core began to collapse, Lin Ming gave a stuffy cough and his body shook. He felt as if his heart had been grasped by a demonic claw and was being squeezed to a pulp. Because he had lost control of all the energy within his body. It furiously and violently raced through his meridians as if it wanted to break out. His hands, feet, muscles, everything seemed as if it would explode. In that instant, Lin Ming even thought he would die here. Lin Ming, don't worry. This is because your revolving core broke apart and temporarily lost its function. Once it reforms, you will be able to control your energy again. Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. After a martial artist reached the Hutian realm, true essence would fully fuse into their body. But, the area where true essence gathered and condensed, the Dantian, would become a martial artist's greatest weakness. Once the Dantian broke apart, then a martial artist would immediately die. Lin Ming was now almost in this situation. Soon, Lin Ming couldn't even breathe. His heart stopped beating and all the blood froze in him. Lin Ming was distressed to the extreme. However, he couldn't even form a painful expression because he had lost control of the muscles in his face. This state continued for a full 10 breaths of time. When his perception began to fade away, the shattered revolving core in his body suddenly burst out with a blazing black light. From its original walnut size, it shrunk to the size of a quail egg. The speed it was spinning increased by several times, and it turned from a dark gray to an absolute black without even the least bit of shine. After the new revolving core formed, the lost control flushed back into Lin Ming like a surging tide. The true essence within his meridians started circulating again and his blood flow returned to normal. His entire body trembled and he fell to the floor, panting and breathing in great gulps of air. That feeling just now was really the same as dying. Boy, you've really done it this time. When the Demon Emperor was still on this planet, even he hadn't reached this level. Demon Shine's tone was somewhat sour. He couldn't help but be a bit jealous of Lin Ming's talent and ridiculously solid foundation. In the future, Lin Ming's achievements would truly be limitless. Lin Ming sat on the ground for a while as he caught his breath. As he examined his dantian, he found the new revolving core there. It was pitch black without a single bit of sheen to it, as if it were a portal that led to another time and space. A revolving core was similar to a star. If the total mass was the same and the radius was smaller, then the gravitational force would be comparatively stronger. At this time, Lin Ming's revolving core was now able to attract surrounding heaven and earth origin energy several times faster than before. Lin Ming could faintly feel the origin energy within the giant Leviathan constantly gathering around him. Even if Lin Ming didn't take the initiative to absorb it, this energy would still be swallowed up by the black hole revolving core, quietly settling on the surface and becoming a part of his cultivation. This is the self-cultivation of the black hole revolving core? Lin Ming was shocked. When a martial artist formed a black hole revolving core, because of its greater ability to attract energy, it could automatically train itself. In just this aspect alone, it completely left all other ordinary revolving core martial artists in the dust. Chapter 707, Xian Wuji leaves seclusion. Chapter 707, Xian Wuji leaves seclusion. Lin Ming took a deep breath, overjoyed. Not only was the black hole revolving core able to autonomously cultivate, but it could also absorb heaven and earth origin energy at a pace far surpassing an ordinary revolving core martial artist. This alone would increase his endurance and recovery to another level. In addition, a black hole revolving core martial artist had a true essence several times thicker than normal. In front of a black hole revolving core martial artist, an ordinary person would not even have the chance to resist. After reaching black hole revolving core, Lin Ming still wasn't satisfied. He took out 2 more demon god bones and prepared himself to break through to the middle revolving core stage. Currently, Lin Ming had been stranded at the early revolving core realm for nearly an entire year. His foundation was already stable enough, he just needed to seclude himself again and attack the middle revolving core in order to succeed towards the next step. But while Lin Ming was in closed-door seclusion, 300 miles north of the South Sea Demon region, a sudden loud noise exploded from the depths of the sea, causing all the surrounding waters to tremble. A faint rumbling sound lingered in the air like an endless thunderclap. Pang! The seawater exploded and a blue geyser directly impacted into the heavens. In this terrifying spout of water, a black-robed, middle-aged man floated inside, his eyes seeming to sizzle with jet-black flames. This person was Xian Wuji. Even though he had risked his life to make a breakthrough with great difficulty to the 4th stage of life destruction, Xian Wuji's breakthrough wasn't perfect. After shattering his revolving core, there were many defects that existed after reforming it. These energy flaws would possibly be his mortal weakness when breaking through to the 5th stage of life destruction in the future, and a considerable part of this was all thanks to Lin Ming. Because Lin Ming had recklessly rampaged through the South Sea Demon region, it had affected his calm heart. Crossing life destruction had always been extremely risky. Just the tiniest change in one's heart and mindset could create catastrophic consequences. Fortunately, Xian Wuji had been prepared. If Lin Ming had angered him in a critical moment, then he might have even died. Still, just these energy flaws in his revolving core would probably take 100 years just to stabilize. How could he not be furious about this? Combined with the fact that Lin Ming had razed and pillaged the South Sea Demon region, Xian Wuji wished he could rip apart Lin Ming with his bare hand. Xian Wuji raised his hand and immediately sent out a sound-transmitting talisman. A moment later, Xian Yuqia's reply returning. She was both happy and afraid that Xian Wuji had come out of seclusion. She was happy that the South Sea Demon region finally had its supporting pillar revealed. She feared, though, that Xian Wuji would not be happy with her performance these days. She had lost the giant Leviathan and allowed Lin Ming to completely bully the sect to near oblivion. She feared that Xian Wuji would blame her for all this. Xian Yuqia completely listed out what Lin Ming had done these past several months without missing a single matter. After Xian Wuji listened to this, he viciously grinned. You transferred all that garbage from Divine Phoenix Island into the giant Leviathan and then hid deep in the South Sea? Do you think that just because you are hiding in the giant Leviathan, you have absolute safety? Do you think that I can't find you in the deep sea? Xian Wuji suddenly gripped his fists, his knuckles crackling. Lin Ming, I will have you pay for everything you've done. Whoosh! A black ray of light cut through the skies. Xian Wuji flew at full speed not towards the South Sea Demon region, but towards the deep sea waters. After flying for a moment, he then shot into the sea. What Xian Wuji was looking for were the various clans of the deep sea. When the South Sea War started, Xian Wuji had obtained a great deal of help from the deep sea clans. In truth, he didn't even need them to deal with Divine Phoenix Island in order to conquer the South Sea. But he became allies with them in order to deal with those other powers of the southern Sky Spill continent, such as Great Zen Temple. However, he never imagined that he would actually have to borrow their power to face Lin Ming. Another half-month passed. Lin Ming had remained in seclusion for over 4 months now, and his 21st birthday had quietly passed. Half of the second high-grade, Earth-step demon Godbone was already absorbed by Lin Ming. The energy within his dantian constantly concentrated into his revolving core, and he became increasingly close to breaking through to the middle revolving core realm. But at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt the stone bed underneath him shake, the entire dimension trembling. Millimeter? What's going on? Lin Ming was startled. Demon Shine's voice instantly resounded in his mind. Xian Wuji is outside. Looks like he's brought a great number of helpers, it's quite lively outside. Lin Ming frowned. This Xian Wuji couldn't have come earlier or later, but had chosen instead to come at this exact time. If he gave up his breakthrough here, he would have wasted all his efforts of this past month. Bang! The giant Leviathan shook. Lin Ming's expression changed. How could Xian Wuji's attack be this strong? Demon Shine said. Xian Wuji figured out some defensive weaknesses of the giant Leviathan from the Demon Emperor's letter. He's not as stupid as the Xing couple, trying to attack the giant Leviathan's mouth. Now, Xian Wuji is attacking an area a mile down from the giant Leviathan's mouth where there are a pair of grey spots. These are the giant Leviathan's auditory and perception organs, and are also used in maintaining balance. They are very sensitive. You can classify them as the giant Leviathan's ears. Once this area is attacked, then the giant Leviathan will shake. As Demon Shine spoke, his thoughts stirred and a screen appeared in front of Lin Ming. On this screen were 7 humanoid forms. The one in the lead was Xian Wuji. He wore a dark grey robe, and he had a strangely shaped black horn in his hands. This horn seemed as if it were crafted from some deep-sea beast. Near Xian Wuji, Lin Ming could also make out the Black Flood Dragon Clan patriarch he had seen at the Demon God Imperial Palace, as well as Shen Yuqie, and the silver-masked Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign. These 4 weren't surprising. But what drew Lin Ming's attention were 3 other monka-like creatures that stood near Xian Wuji. They were as tall as giant demons and their entire body was covered with golden fur. They had deep blue eyes that emitted a faint light. Was surprised Lin Ming was that, within these 3 monkey creatures, one of them had a cultivation at the 3rd stage of life destruction, and the other 2 were at the 2nd stage of life destruction. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. If he weren't wrong, then these monka-like creatures were turquoise-eyed apes, one of the various deep-sea clans. The endless sea around the Sky Spill continent was vast and limitless. The races of the deep sea surpassed the Sky Spill continent in both variety and quantity. They also had their emperor-level powerhouses, perhaps in even greater numbers than the Sky Spill continent. However, the deep sea clans were not adapted to living on land. Thus, they were able to safely coexist in peace. It was unknown just why they chose to join forces with Xian Wuji at this time. So he has various deep sea clans helping him. No wonder Xian Wuji can find me in the incomparably vast sea. With the countless marine life in the deep sea clans helping to search, it would be easy to find a creature that is several dozen miles long. This thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind when the giant Leviathan shook again. Although the giant Leviathan had amazing defensive power, it still wasn't able to withstand a barrage of attacks from so many people attacking its weaknesses. At the ears of the giant Leviathan, rivers of blood streamed out, already dyeing the entire sea around it a vivid red. Demon Shine, won't the giant Leviathan retaliate unless it's being controlled by someone? Demon Shine said, of course. This big fellow is a bit slow, but it won't just sit here and allow itself to be attacked. But did you see that black horn in Xian Wuji's hand? That device can be used to control the giant Leviathan's movements. When Xian Wuji had captured the giant Leviathan in the demon god Imperial Palace, he had also relied on this black horn to do so. As long as it is blown, the giant Leviathan will remain motionless. As Demon Shine spoke, Lin Ming recalled the black horn in Xian Wuji's hands. So, it seemed that the horn was used to command the giant Leviathan. Lin Ming, I have a way to leave a soul mark in the giant Leviathan's spiritual sea and control it for a brief period. But this will consume a massive amount of soul force. Not just that, but the giant Leviathan is only good at destroying sects and engaging in large-scale battles. It does not excel at fighting high-stage life-destruction powerhouses, especially in small numbers. If I control it in battle, then there still isn't anything I can do against Xian Wuji. I know. Lin Ming's mind raced. When he had used the giant Leviathan to face the Xing couple, he had an ultimate advantage because he was able to use the entire Yin-Yang Profound Palace as a hostage. But the giant Leviathan wasn't able to deal with Xing couple by itself. It was only when Lin Ming threatened to raise the entire Yin-Yang Profound Palace and massacre all of their disciples that the couple restrained from doing anything. However, Xian Wuji's South Sea demon region had already been ruined by Lin Ming. He no longer feared such a deed. Even if Xian Wuji constantly attacked the giant Leviathan, there wasn't anything that Lin Ming could do. The giant Leviathan's attacks were too inflexible and singular in their means. Not just that, but they also took a long time to set up. It simply wouldn't be able to strike Xian Wuji. We'll fight and retreat towards the deep sea at the same time. If we can go deep enough, then Xian Wuji's combat strength will be greatly affected by the pressure there. Lin Mind could only tolerate this threat. While the giant Leviathan had its strengths, it also had its weaknesses. I fear it won't be as easy as you think it is. The deep sea clans are experts at fighting deep sea battles. They might have shared some secret skills with Xian Wuji and Shen Yuqie to withstand the deep sea pressure. Today, since we're going to suffer regardless, we may as well counterattack first. As Demon Shine spoke, he drew out of Lin Ming's spiritual sea, turning into a little pug. In the next moment he drilled through a space barrier and vanished without trace. After another half an incense stick of time, the giant Leviathan finally began moving. Over 1,000 tentacles shot out, counterattacking Xian Wuji and the others. However, these were all second-stage life-destruction powerhouses or stronger. How could they possibly fear these tentacles? They simply drew back farther. As for Xian Wuji and that third-stage life-destruction turquoise-eyed ape, they were able to avoid the attack of the tentacles while constantly sending out beams of energy, not stopping their attacks on the giant Leviathan's weak points. Although a steel needle couldn't kill a whale, attacking a whale's eyes and ears over and over again would cause no small amount of damage. Not to mention, Xian Wuji's attacks were at a much higher level than a steel needle. They could at least be classified as a dagger. The force of his techniques were several times more powerful than the Xing couple's combined attack. These damn brats. Demon Shine angrily huffed out. He controlled the giant Leviathan and retreated deep into the South Sea. Xian Wuji and the others closely followed like annoying flies. At this time, within the giant Leviathan's dimension, Mu Chenyu and the others also realized what was happening outside. They discovered that Xian Wuji had come out of seclusion and was chasing them down to kill them. The disciples of Divine Phoenix Island became somewhat nervous. Especially when the giant Leviathan trembled every once in a while. This caused their hearts to jump into their throats, an uneasy feeling pooling in their stomachs. Could the giant Leviathan really withstand the fourth-stage life-destruction Xian Wuji? Chapter 708. Breaking Through to Middle Revolving Core. Chapter 708. Breaking Through to Middle Revolving Core. A barrel-thick beam of black light tore through the seawater, turning into a devilish black spear that thrust straight towards the giant Leviathan's auditory organs. This was one of Xian Wuji's fatal finishing blows. Once this move had left his hands, all of the surrounding seawater instantly heated up to the temperature of magma. However, under the immense deep-sea pressure, it didn't actually vaporize, but instead roiled and churned around. The black spear surged with a massive spiral of utterly hot water as it smashed toward the giant leviathan's ears. Demonshine's heart tightened. Perhaps the giant leviathan really wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. The giant leviathan's auditory organs were similar to a normal person's eardrums. No matter how powerful its defenses were, these eardrums were still a great weakness. With a stir of his thoughts, Demonshine no longer sent the giant leviathan to attack. Instead, he made it gather most of its tentacles to cover and protect its ears. Bang! The black spear smashed into the thick meat wall formed by hundreds of tentacles. Most of the outer tentacles were cut straight off, blood pouring into the waters. However, Xian Wuji's attack had also been offset. He would no longer be able to harm the giant leviathan's weak point a second time. Several torn-off tentacles wasn't much to the giant leviathan. Once Demonshine discovered how effective this move was, he simply completely gave up on counterattacking and manipulated all the tentacles to cover up the giant leviathan's ears as he plunged straight into the deep sea. The giant leviathan had a streamlined and smooth body. It could maintain an extremely high speed in the sea. This brat! Xian Wuji's expression became dark and gloomy. He had never thought that even with the interference of the giant leviathan horn, Lin Ming would still be able to so calmly command the giant leviathan so that his attacks became much less effective. By using that one attack, Xian Wuji had consumed a great deal of energy. He swallowed a pill and coldly ordered, "Follow it." The group of 7 chased after the giant leviathan all the way down. Along the way, all 7 of them constantly attacked the giant leviathan. Xian Wuji had a very profound grasp of the giant leviathan's weaknesses. Although they wouldn't be able to do a massive amount of damage at once, they could still create numerous small wounds all over its body. The giant leviathan dripped with blood. Wherever it went, it would leave behind a river of blood, dyeing the entire sea red. Beside Xian Wuji, the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch stretched out its tongue to taste the bloody waters. He chuckled and said, "Elder Xian, it won't be long. Several days at most until the giant leviathan drops dead from exhaustion. Remember that we agreed that the giant leviathan's heart and spine will be left to my turquoise-eyed ape clan. Elder Xian, make sure you don't forget." Xian Wuji coldly coughed and said, "This old man will naturally keep his promises." As soon as he spoke, he lifted his hand again and sent out a black beam of light, attacking an old wound on the giant leviathan's body and making it expand even more. "These damn brats." Demonshine spat out. He wished that he could tear apart that damn Xian Wuji and his little buddies. It was true that the giant leviathan was known as being invincible under the divine sea, but that didn't mean this big fellow could just sit down and allow anyone to attack it, especially since Xian Wuji's attacks were all specifically aimed at the giant leviathan's weak points. With a group of these brats attacking the giant leviathan, it had already lost a great deal of blood. There weren't any visible effects yet, but if this continued for another 1 to 2 days, then it would certainly have an effect on the giant leviathan. If this continued, then death by blood loss was possible. Bang! The giant leviathan's dimension shook again. Xian Wuji and the others had combined forces to attack the balance maintaining the giant leviathan's ventral fins. The giant leviathan's ventral fins were only 200 to 300 feet thick and not too wide. If Xian Wuji and the others attacked together, then it truly was possible to slowly cut off a ventral fin. Seeing that the ventral fin was injured, Demonshine's heart burned with a blazing fury. However, he couldn't think of any solutions to this. This was just like an elephant being chased by a horde of blood-sucking mosquitoes. It was impossible to effectively counterattack. This went on for another 10 to 12 hours. The giant leviathan was losing more and more blood, and the right rear ventral fin was already half cut off. It was greatly affecting the giant leviathan's speed in the water. But at this moment, a gigantic canyon appeared in front of the giant leviathan. It was a deep-sea trench. The deep-sea trenches of the South Sea could reach 500,000 to 600,000 feet, or even 700,000 to 800,000 feet deep. This was several hundred miles. At this depth, the water pressure would reach an unimaginably terrifying degree. Even if it were the giant leviathan or the various deep-sea clans, they couldn't stay submerged forever. As for Xian Wuji, he was a land-dwelling human. Even with the support of the Deep Sea Clan's secret skills, there was still a limit to how deep he could go. It was somewhat less than that of the giant Leviathan and the various Deep Sea Clans. Now, let's see who could dive deeper. Demon Shine grit his teeth and commanded the giant Leviathan to plunge directly downwards. Even if he couldn't throw off Shen Wuji, the area of this deep-sea trench was narrow enough. It wouldn't be easy to avoid the giant Leviathan's tentacles here. The depth rapidly increased. 220,000 feet, 230,000 feet, 250,000 feet. The giant Leviathan constantly swallowed the high-pressure seawater, filling its blood and muscles and balancing out the enormous pressure of the deep sea. As for the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island, because they were in a separate dimension, they weren't affected by this pressure at all. After reaching a depth of 260,000 feet, Shen Yuqie and the Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign were the first ones who were unable to withstand going any further. The thick protective shields of energy they formed around their bodies had begun to emit crackling noises. Obviously, they had reached their limits. Even with the Deep Sea Clan's water-repelling pearl, they couldn't go any further downward. "You two return first," Shen Wuji tersely ordered. "Yes." Shen Yuqie and the Eastern Faction Sovereign immediately stopped. If they went any further than that, the barrier they had made to protect themselves could instantly shatter. At that point, they would be crumpled to death by the extraordinary sea pressure, without a chance to react. As life destruction masters, if they were to die here because of sea pressure, it would truly be laughable. This went on. 290,000 feet. 300,000 feet. Right now, they were already 200 miles deep underwater. The Black Flood Dragon Clan Patriarch and the 2nd stage life destruction turquoise-eyed apes couldn't bear the pressure and turned to go back. 330,000 feet. At this time, Demon Shine could feel the giant Leviathan's entire body shaking. Even as a great beast of the deep sea, there was a limit to its ability of pressure self-adjustments. These damn brats are really insistent. Demon Shine looked at the scene outside of the giant Leviathan and began cursing wildly. Indeed, to him, who had lived for tens of thousands of years already, characters like Shen Wuji were simply little bumbling babies. 350,000 feet. At this depth, there were already several million jin of pressure on every square foot. Shen Wuji grimaced, finally stopping. Even with the secret techniques of the turquoise-eyed ape clan, he was also approaching his limit. Right now, 90% of his energy was already being used to resist the immense pressure of the deep sea. He simply couldn't attack. Even the turquoise-eyed ape clan Patriarch wasn't much better off. If they fought here, then they would consume a massive amount of energy. If they even used just a few moves, it would nearly deplete their energy reserves. At that time, even returning to the surface alive would pose a problem. They can count their lucky stars. Let's return to the 100,000 feet sea depth first. Shen Wuji left behind a monitoring soul mark on the giant Leviathan's body before turning around and swimming back up. The turquoise-eyed ape Patriarch had long had the intention of returning. He immediately stopped diving and swam back up. Seeing those two annoying and disgusting brats leave, Demon Shine finally sighed in relief. 350,000 feet was near the limit of what the giant Leviathan could withstand. Although the giant Leviathan's body was incomparably tough, it also had a much greater surface area. Thus, it naturally had to withstand a much greater amount of pressure. At this depth, the giant Leviathan had to rapidly consume energy. Even though it absorbed heaven and earth origin energy at an extraordinary rate, it still only managed to barely maintain itself. "We've been trapped in this trench by those dirty bastard." Demon Shine was exceedingly morose, having noticed Shen Wuji's perception lock on the giant Leviathan's body. As soon as the giant Leviathan moved or decided to surface, then Shen Wuji would organize another attack. Moreover, as time passed, Shen Wuji might even find more helpers to come. After the previous battle, the giant Leviathan was covered with hundreds of small and large wounds. The damage to the right ventral fin was the most serious. It had been attacked by Shen Wuji's focused barrage of attacks for several hours, and it had nearly been ripped off. It would take at least a month to recover. But, under the pressure of this deep-sea trench, It was simply impossible for the giant Leviathan to conjure up the excess energy to regenerate the wound. This was a horrible situation. At that moment, Demon Shine suddenly felt a series of vibrations in another dimension. The origin energy there stirred, rapidly running out. Demon Shine was startled. He immediately shot through a space barrier and appeared in the dimension where Lin Ming was. In this dimension, the heaven and earth origin energy had formed a massive vortex of energy which was funneling into Lin Ming. Good young boy, you've finally broken through to the middle revolving core realm. Demon Shine had thought that Lin Ming would need another week or so. He had never imagined that Lin Ming would make the breakthrough today. Controlling the giant Leviathan, Demon Shine sent all the heaven and earth origin energy from the other dimensions into this one, so that Lin Ming could absorb it. After half an incense stick of time passed, Lin Ming had sucked all of the heaven and earth origin energy into his Dantian. The revolving core in Lin Ming's Dantian more than doubled, and then a scene similar to when he had broken through to black hole revolving core occurred. Within his Dantian, the crystal revolving core first shattered, then began to collapse. After several breaths' time, it condensed into a much smaller form, and its spinning speed became much faster than before. The crystal core seemed to form a perfect ball, darker than ink. The true essence contained within was several times the previous amount. This was the middle revolving core realm. Because he had formed a black hole revolving core, Lin Ming's entire true essence was incomparable to that of a normal revolving core martial artist. On the road of martial arts, the revolving core was a particularly special boundary. It was divided into two great stages, both of them considered separate from each other, yet linked. The first was the ordinary revolving core realm, and the second was the life destruction realm. Normally, when a revolving core martial artist reached late revolving core, the next step after that would be to pass the stages of life destruction. This was the same for the extreme revolving core. A life destruction martial artist still had the revolving core in their Dantian. In other words, Lin Ming was merely two boundaries away from reaching life destruction. Lin Ming, Xian Wuji's perception has already locked onto the giant Leviathan. He is keeping guard at a depth of 100,000 feet in the sea. As long as the giant Leviathan moves, he will be able to sense it. He wants to lock us in here until we give up or die. What do you want to do now? After being forced into such a miserable situation, Demon Shine was crestfallen. In these depths, the giant Leviathan wouldn't be able to support itself for too long. 3 to 5 months was manageable, but after a year or two passed, the giant Leviathan would die of exhaustion. As for Lin Ming, although he had broken through to the middle revolving core, it was still impossible for him to currently contend with the fourth stage life destruction master, Xian Wuji. Lin Ming thought for a moment, then his eyes flashed with a chilling light. Go up for a bit. Since they want to stay here, then they have to pay the price. Chapter 709, Opening the 8 Inner Hidden Gates Again. Chapter 709, Opening the 8 Inner Hidden Gates Again. Demon Shine controlled the giant Leviathan and rose from 350,000 feet to 30,000 feet. At this depth, the water pressure was still terrifying. Xian Wuji was standing guard at the seabed 100,000 feet deep. If the giant Leviathan rose again, then they would most likely meet Xian Wuji's attacks. Lin Ming, what do you plan on doing? Demon Shine asked. Although Lin Ming's strength had suddenly shot up, he was still far from being able to compare to Xian Wuji. Facing Xian Wuji head-on was no different from walking into the jaws of death. Lin Ming said, they can guard here as much as they want. I'll go to their headquarters and see just how long they can stay. If they don't go back, then they can watch as their entire lair is destroyed and everyone killed. Lin Ming had already formed his black hole revolving core and broken through to the middle revolving core realm. His strength had risen to yet another level. He estimated that with his current abilities, he should just barely be able to defeat a second-stage life destruction martial artist. But as for his true combat strength, he would need to fight with a second-stage life destruction martial artist to find out. Just from this, ruining their headquarters yet again wouldn't be too difficult. Massacre their headquarters? Demon Shine's eyes brightened. Ha ha ha, I like. Boy, your tastes suit this saint perfectly. Don't worry. With this saint managing this giant Leviathan, it shouldn't be difficult to stay here for half a year. Let go of your limits and destroy everything around you. I can't wait to see just what expression those damn brats will have. Ha 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 ha. The more Lin Ming thought about it, the happier he was with this idea. This would place those bastards in a dilemma. If they continued to stay here and guard this area, then Lin Ming would ruin their entire headquarters. But, if they left, then he could calmly order the giant Leviathan to return to sea level and restore itself to its best condition. This was truly a good move. Lin Ming said, "Don't worry. I'm going to temper my body first." As he spoke, he took out a gold fruit from his spatial ring. This was the profound gold divine fruit. The profound gold divine fruit was similar to a mushroom of the mortal world. But, while a mushroom grew atop old wood, this profound gold divine fruit had grown atop a demon god bone. It was known that a millennium-old lingji that grew from old wood was considered a wondrous medicine. Then, having absorbed the essence of the demon god bone, the value of the profound gold divine fruit could be imagined. When Lin Ming had gone into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone within the eternal demon abyss, he had encountered 4 corpse devils. The corpse devils had bodies as durable as a heaven-step treasure. This had made it so Duanmu Kun's and the others' attacks couldn't even scratch them. If it weren't for Lin Ming's battle spirit, which he was able to pour into the purple comet spear and substantially increase his striking power, then even he wouldn't have been able to do anything to those 4 corpse devils. When Lin Ming had chased a corpse devil back to its den, he had gone into that tomb and discovered the secrets within. The reason they had such a terrifying defense was all because of this profound gold divine fruit. The profound gold divine fruit was an extreme yang and extreme light attribute body transformation treasure. With those 4 corpse devils' cultivations, they naturally couldn't swallow it. But they absorbed the root of the profound gold divine fruit. When the profound gold divine fruit grew, it would absorb the essence within the root of the demon god bone. Thus, the energy within the root was naturally much weaker. The 4 corpse devils were just about able to absorb this with their cultivation. "Lin Ming, you want to swallow this?" Demon Shine was startled. The profound gold divine fruit could be classified as a lingji grown using a demon god bone as nourishment. The inherent energy within was extraordinary. Demon Shine wasn't absolutely sure that Lin Ming would be able to withstand its effects. Not just that, but a profound gold divine fruit was a top-grade material of materials. If it was directly eaten, then the effects would be quite lacking in comparison. "Lin Ming, don't you intend on becoming a top alchemist in the future and refining this profound gold divine fruit? If you do, then the effects will be several times better." Lin Ming shook his head, saying, "If I become a top alchemist, I fear it will take several years to do so. At that time I'll already have new lucky chances. It's not worth it to save this profound gold divine fruit and waste my own potential. For me, there is no heavenly treasure that is as valuable as time." "Hihi, well said, boy. You really don't need to care about something like a mere profound gold divine fruit. This is a top-grade body transformation medicine. After eating it, it will greatly enhance your body's defensive powers. Perhaps you might even become as durable as a top Earth step treasure or a heaven step treasure. A human's body couldn't be compared to a corpse devil's. Even having the durability of a top Earth step treasure was freakish." At this time, Lin Ming was not just tempering his body and increasing his defensive power, but he was also trying to take advantage of this opportunity to open the second of the 8 inner hidden gates, the Gate of Limit. At this time, a long time had already passed since Lin Ming opened the Gate of Healing. His body transformation foundation had become very solid since then. With a quality body transformation medicine like this profound gold divine fruit, then it shouldn't be too difficult to break through to the Gate of Limit. Black hole revolving core, middle revolving core realm, and the Gate of Limit opened too. Just what degree will my combat strength reach? Lin Ming clenched his fists together, a thick fighting spirit rising inside him. He was thoroughly anticipating fighting a second-stage life-destruction powerhouse. In fact, he even wanted to go out right now and test out his abilities. Taking the profound gold divine fruit in hand, Lin Ming could clearly feel the terrifying energy contained within. There was no need to mention eating it, just smelling its rich fragrance made him feel refreshed, as if all the cells in his body were being revitalized. Lin Ming no longer hesitated. He swallowed the profound gold divine fruit down his throat. As soon as it entered his mouth, it turned into a surge of heat that melted into his body. After several quiet breaths of time, the energy began to boil up like hot water, recklessly entering into Lin Ming's blood vessels, running rampant everywhere. Lin Ming's blood vessels and body had already been tempered many times. It was as tough as a treasure. Even so, with such a terrifying influx of energy rushing into his body, it was still a bit difficult to withstand. This sort of situation was well within Lin Ming's expectations. All this time, Lin Ming had undergone similar scenarios many times. He bore the deep pain and calmly revolved the true primal chaos formula, manipulating the energy of the profound gold divine fruit such that it smashed into the gate of limit at his spine. The spine was also called the dragon bone. It was central axis and main pillar of the human body. It supported all other bones, including the head, chest, abdomen, and all limbs. Everything depended on their connection to the spine. When a person used any strength, this first had to pass through the spine. The spine was like a bow. The more taut a bow, the tougher it was. The more flexible a spine was, the stronger a person was. However, the truth was that a martial artist's spine often became one of their weaknesses. This was because the spinal nerves were also located within the spine. The body of nerves was extremely complex and fragile. If these nerves were struck and cut off, then a martial artist would in essence become a cripple unless they had cultivated to an ever-living boundary. Otherwise, even with top heavenly treasures, it would still be difficult to restore the contorted spinal nerves. These characteristics of the spine made it so it was difficult to train it. A martial artist could train their muscles, organs, and bones, but it was difficult to train the nerves and marrow. Lin Ming had completed to perfection marrow tempering and had also completed an initial tempering of his spinal cord. This was enough to fight those at revolving core and below, but when facing those at the life destruction realm and higher, it was still lacking. Within the 8 inner hidden gates, the gate of limit was used to train the supplementation of marrow. The gate of limit gathered energy to enhance the defensive strength of the spine. Then, taking the spine as the center, it would guide a martial artist's entire body, allowing their strength to multiply several-fold. Besides strength, a martial artist's explosive force, bearing capacity, balance, and defensive power would all significantly increase. Pa pa pa. Lin Ming's back cracked and crackled. An invisible stream of origin energy rapidly twisted around Lin Ming's body, forming small storms. During this fierce collision of energy, Lin Ming's clothing was not able to withstand the impact and quietly disintegrated into dust, revealing his solid and fit back, like that of a graceful leopard. At this time, the skin and muscles of Lin Ming's back had become a strange, translucent, jade-like color. Lin Ming's entire spine was highlighted through this. The vertebra and the blood vessels were clearly visible and every single nerve could be made out. Starting at the bottom, from the base of the spine, a bright surge of crimson light crawled up. This bloody light gathered together, forming a bean-sized pearl of blood. This was where the gate of limit was located. Lin Ming was now heavily sweating. His breath was labored, and many of his meridians and blood vessels had burst apart, unable to withstand the tyrannical pressure and energy that ran recklessly through him. But he was completely unaware of this. He grit his teeth, gathering all the energy in his body and thrusting it towards where the energy of the profound gold divine fruit was, ramming both energies into the gate of limit. Failure occurred again and again. Sweat streamed down Lin Ming like rain. 2 hours. 4 hours. Slowly, Lin Ming's sweat began to mix with rivulets of blood. If it weren't for the strong regenerative powers of the Gate of Healing, then there would have simply been no way he could have supported himself for such a long time. Even so, his face became incomparably pallid and his lips were deep purple. Because of the severe pain and twitching in his hands, the stone bed beneath his hands had been crushed to bits. Even Demon Shine was alarmed by this terrifying scene. Lin Ming was someone who cultivated with body and energy. At only a young 21 years of age, he had swallowed a profound gold divine fruit, constantly pushing the limits of his body. This resulted in him frequently having to bear enormous pain in the name of progress. Another 2 hours passed. Lin Ming's lips were torn from his biting and both his eyes were bloodshot. "Break for me." Bang! In that instant, all of the energy and blood vitality within Lin Ming's body rushed into that spot at the base of his spine. Then, it was like something exploded there. Following that, blood shot out from that spinal area, blasting out hundreds of feet away like a crimson arrow. After this blood shot out from him, Lin Ming collapsed. He fell onto the broken stone bed, covered with sweat, without even an ounce of strength left. On his back, that strange jade-like sheen slowly disappeared and his skin became solid again, his muscles going back into hiding. After breaking through the gate of limit, he had used up too much strength. "Lin Ming, I have to say I'm quite jealous of you, and yet, strangely, I want you to succeed. You've reached the middle revolving core at only 21 years of age, and you've also opened the second of the 8 inner hidden gates. Even the demon emperor of the past is far inferior to you." Lin Ming didn't even have the strength to answer. He was only able to crawl up and sit straight. His arms trembled as he took out a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it, meditating afterwards. Meanwhile, the revolving core in Lin Ming's dantian crazily sucked in heaven and earth origin energy, helping to restore Lin Ming's physical strength. 2 hours later, Lin Ming opened his eyes. Those dark eyes seemed to contain all the thunder of heaven and earth, making those who saw them tremble with fear. "Let's go." Lin Ming stood up. His vision was like a keen sword as it shined with an icy killing intent. Chapter 7:10, The Death God Comes at Night. Chapter 7:10, The Death God Comes at Night. 300,000 feet down, there was such poor visibility that it wasn't even possible to see one's own hands. Lin Ming quietly left the giant Leviathan, sneaking into the vast and endless sea. A massive wave of pressure enveloped Lin Ming. But, with his abnormal defensive ability comparable to a treasure, bearing such water pressure wasn't too difficult at all. Xian Wuji had left a soul mark on the giant Leviathan, but it was only to track its movements. As long as Lin Ming was careful, it wouldn't be too difficult to evade Xian Wuji's perception. Lin Ming swam 100 miles down the trench before turning upwards. As he restrained his energy, he quickly rushed towards the surface. After reaching the surface in a single go, Lin Ming flew close to sea level, straight towards the South Sea Demon region. After being raided twice by Lin Ming and the giant Leviathan, the South Sea Demon region was entirely under total martial law. There was a massive scout line in the 5,000-mile radius from the South Sea Demon region. Once the giant Leviathan's approach was discovered, this news would quickly be reported to the main island. Thus, it was no longer possible for Lin Ming to control the giant Leviathan and create another massacre in the South Sea Demon region. As he flew along, Lin Ming discovered energies from 3 different layers of scouts. However, with their extreme Xiantian cultivation, it was simply impossible for them to detect Lin Ming. Lin Ming easily bypassed these scouts. In just 2 days of time, he arrived at the South Sea Demon region sect. Night had fallen. During this dark night, a chilling wind blew across the lands. It was an excellent time for assassinations. Several months had already passed since the last time that Lin Ming had come to the South Sea Demon region and razed the place to the ground. Many of the ruined buildings had already been rebuilt. It was only missing the medicine garden, great protective array, training arrays, and other such structures that would require between 3 to 5 months to rebuild. In order to rebuild these structures, one needed to invest a massive amount of manpower and all sorts of resources. As Lin Ming saw the South Sea Demon region that had mostly been rebuilt, his lips curved into a cruel smile. Once Xian Wuji was the only elder remaining in the South Sea Demon region, just what sort of expression would he have? Completely bundling himself up, Lin Ming was like a bat in the night. He quietly snuck into the buildings of the South Sea Demon region. The night wind breezed past him. Lin Ming could taste the flavor of these demon islands mixing with the sea air. This sort of flavor tasted faintly like blood. The dim moon was completely hidden behind the clouds, making the sky seem even darker. Lin Ming walked on a dark path, hearing the rustling sounds of insects wherever he passed. After stealthily walking for a half an incense stick of time, Lin Ming came upon movements. He could hear the low and deep moans of a woman, her tender sighs rapidly rising. Lin Ming's mind stirred and he stopped where he was. The South Sea Demon region was a sect of obscenity. It was different from the killing path that the Demon Emperor had taken. The Demon region disciples needed to have sex every day with various women, using them to increase their cultivation. Some of the women who lived at the South Sea Demon region were forced, and some were completely willing to be used as cultivation tools. They were no different than those girls who tried to enter the Acacia faction. After all, it was still joining a great sect. If they could curry some favor with a male disciple and obtain some resources, that would save them many years of hard work and effort. Lin Ming placed his back to the window and extended his perception into the room. On baby pink sheets, he could see a round and buxom, veiled woman sitting atop a man, wantonly twisting around. As for that man, he was reaching out his disgusting hands and stroking her body. The man's cultivation was at the Xiantian realm, but the woman was only at the early pulse condensation realm. Most female martial artists didn't have much martial talent, they only wished to break through to the pulse condensation realm so that they could enjoy several dozen more years of youth. They never had much ambition to walk the road of martial arts to begin with. Lin Ming stretched out his finger, and a wisp of dark green light appeared in the origin energy flow above his finger. Seeing this origin energy flow, Lin Ming was startled. His battle spirit had grown these past month. For a martial artist, the earlier they formed their battle spirit, the greater its potential for growth in the future would be. As a martial artist trained and made breakthroughs, their battle spirit would slowly grow with them. Every breakthrough meant that the battle spirit would also grow. When Lin Ming first broke through to Revolving Core with the support of the Blood Demon Bone, he had fully formed his bronze-level battle spirit. Now, having broken through to the middle Revolving Core realm once more, Lin Ming's battle spirit had already passed from the bronze-level elementary stage to that of small success. Every level of battle spirit was divided into 4 stages: elementary, small success, large success, and perfection. Still, in the Sky Spill continent, even an Emperor-level powerhouse would only reach a bronze-level battle spirit. My battle spirit is near small success of the bronze level. If I can reach life destruction in the future, would I be able to reach perfection? If I reach higher stages of life destruction, would I be able to form a silver-level battle spirit? I wonder just how powerful a silver battle spirit is. Lin Ming's mind was filled with expectations. But now wasn't the time to think of these things. He flicked his finger, and the battle spirit fused into the air, shooting towards the 2 figures. Swoosh! Swish! 2 wisps of air with battle spirits attached to them quickly shot out, instantly piercing through the man's and the woman's neck. In that moment, the battle spirit plunged into their minds, making them immediately faint. Lin Ming's figure flashed and he appeared right at their bedside. On the bed, with fat buttocks and breasts splayed out in the open, the scene was infinitely revealing. Lin Ming pushed the woman off the male demon region disciple's body, and then placed a hand on his head. Soul-searching technique. This was a secret skill of the demonic realm. Demon Shine had used it before, and Lin Ming also studied it for convenience. With the intensity of Lin Ming's soul force and mind, mastering his ability wasn't difficult at all. Because the difference in their soul force was far too great, Lin Ming was able to scour the demon region disciple's mind without injuring his spiritual sea, finding out whatever information he wished for. There are a total of 7 life destruction elders in total on the South Sea Demon region's 3 islands, 6 at the first stage of life destruction and 1 at the second stage. Lin Ming tossed away the Xiantian realm disciple. After locking onto the location of several elders, he quietly made his way over. After forming a black hole revolving core, breaking through to the middle revolving core realm, and then opening another of the 8 inner hidden gates, Lin Ming's strength had far surpassed the past him from a few months ago. Killing a first-stage life destruction elder would simply be a joke now. As for the man and woman who were having sex, Lin Ming simply left them where they were, unconscious. He rearranged them so that it seemed like they had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Lin Ming didn't really care about such minor trash as them. He had a very singular and explicit goal now, to kill every elder here. In the South Sea War, Every elder of the South Sea Demon region was bathed in the blood of countless Wartime Alliance disciples. To the Wartime Alliance, a first-stage life destruction elder was nearly the strongest war strength possible. It was nearly impossible to find a force to contend with them. As he snuck his way along, Lin Ming relied on his own keen perception and powerful soul force to avoid another sentry post. He finally approached the great palace of the First Elder. Carefully probing the situation, Lin Ming saw a grey-robed man. This old man was studying a jade slip with one hand while playing with two glass balls in the other. In front of him was a porcelain cup filled with a crimson, blood-like liquid. The first one. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He had noticed this elder had attacked the South Sea Demon region the first time around. This elder's cultivation was only at the early first stage of life destruction. With Lin Ming's newfound abilities, killing him would only take a heartbeat. Lin Ming quietly rubbed his spatial ring and withdrew the Heavenstep spear. At this time, the elder stirred in his room. His eyebrows twisted together. Although he didn't discover Lin Ming, he could feel a thick killing intent aimed at him. Who? The first-stage life destruction elder reflexively moved to draw out his lance from his spatial ring. But at this time, the great wooden doors to his room suddenly shattered into fine powder as a highly concentrated spear light thrust straight towards him, aimed right between his eyebrows. Before the spear light had arrived, the grey-robed elder already felt an incomparable pain between his eyebrows, as if he had already been pierced. In that instant, the grey-robed elder's hairs all stood on end. He could clearly feel the spectre of death looming over him. Ha! The grey-robed elder issued a deep shout and a lance jumped from his spatial ring into his hands as if it had a mind of its own. He no longer had time to dodge. He decided to thrust his lance at Lin Ming, forcing him away by threat of mutual annihilation, but at this instant, the grey-robed elder felt the space around him twist. In the next instant, that singular white spear seemed to teleport right in front of him. A spear pierced right through his skull, and the power of a battle spirit erupted, instantly shredding that grey-robed elder's brain to pieces, blood and pulp shooting out. The elder had instantaneously died. Lin Ming hadn't chosen a weak point like the heart or throat, but instead the brain. This was to immediately kill his opponent without allowing him to even cry out. Done. Lin Ming took away the grey-robed elder's spatial ring and corpse. Afterwards, he quietly left the room. His first assassination here had gone smoothly. However, just as Lin Ming was about to find the second life destruction elder, a loud and deafening alarm horn sounded over the entire Demon Island. Then, torches lit up from all over, converging from all directions of the Demon Island, composing a massive line of flares. Every revolving core protector and life destruction elder flew into the air, spreading their perception to search the entire area. Lin Ming was startled. I've been discovered. He felt he had done everything cleanly and quietly. He actually had no idea how he was found out. The South Sea Demon region is truly worthy as a 5th-grade sect with thousands of years of inheritance. They have methods to guard against assassins, Lin Ming muttered to himself. He guessed that there was probably a life soul jade slip or some other similar mark on the first stage life destruction elder. As soon as he died, this contingency was activated and he was found out. The flying life destruction elders and revolving core protectors quickly locked onto Lin Ming's position. They soon surrounded him. Since he was already discovered, Lin Ming no longer hid himself. He gripped his white spear and soared up into the air. He wondered, did all of these martial artists surrounding him realize that their fate was to be chased down and slaughtered by him? There were a total of 6 life destruction elders. The one leading them wore a silver mask. He was the Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign. This elder instantly recognized Lin Ming. He clenched his teeth in hatred. Little brat, so it was you again. Lin Ming glanced at the Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign. Just 10 days ago, he had followed Shen Wuji to chase down the giant Leviathan. Although his attacks weren't too strong, he had attacked the giant Leviathan's already opened wounds, causing no small amount of damage. After the giant Leviathan had submerged deep inside the sea trench, the masked elder could no longer help due to the massive water pressure. Thus, he returned to the South Sea Demon region. Lin Ming sneered. That is also what I want to say. So it's you again, eh? I was just about to look for you to settle some old debts, but I never thought you'd deliver yourself right to my doorstep. Chapter 7:11, Sweeping Through the South Sea Demon Region. Chapter 7:11, Sweeping Through the South Sea Demon Region. Hearing Lin Ming's arrogant words, the Demon Region Eastern Faction sovereign flew into a furious rage. You want to settle old debts? Hehe, brat, you think you're talking in a dream or something? Your giant Leviathan is already stuck within the deep sea trench. Without the giant Leviathan, I wonder just how much longer your flagrant attitude will remain. Ha ha ha, really, you could have walked the road to heaven, but you chose to burst through to the gates of hell instead. Today you are not leaving. The Demon Region Eastern Faction sovereign's voice was full of confidence and bluster. However, just as he spoke, he found the strength behind his words trailing away. He discovered that the place where Lin Ming had come from was exactly where Third Elder Sun lived. Because the warning had sounded out so suddenly, the Demon Region Eastern Faction sovereign was in a hurry to catch up and didn't have enough time to investigate just who had died. Now that he carefully scanned over everyone, he found that, of the 7 elders, only Third Elder Sun was missing. Was he the one that was killed? Was that even possible? The Demon Region Eastern Faction sovereign's heart jumped into his throat. Third Elder Sun being so quietly killed meant that Lin Ming had strength at least equal to the peak of the second stage of life destruction. Either that or there was some great expert behind Lin Ming, hiding away in secret, who had such a strength. Thinking of this, the Demon Region Eastern Faction sovereign felt weak at heart. It wasn't just him, the other 5 elders also thought of this. Lin Ming was not an idiot. Unless he had absolute belief in himself, why would he come to the South Sea Demon Region? Line up in formation. The Demon Region Eastern Faction sovereign spat out an order. If martial artists formed a killing array together, then they could enhance the ability of their combined attacks, greatly increasing their total combat strength. In Yin-Yang Profound Palace, those 8 mid and late revolving core martial artists were able to form an array formation that allowed them to contend with a first-stage life destruction powerhouse for at least 10 breaths of time. Those were only mid and late revolving core powerhouses. And now, in front of Lin Ming, were 6 life destruction realm martial artists. Dream on. Lin Ming's eyes shone with a thick killing intent. How could he possibly allow these people to just do as they wish and form a killing array around him? Did they think he was an idiot? He stepped upon golden rock shattering the void, and Flash stepped in front of a first-stage life destruction elder, his white spear thrusting forth. Huh! The first-stage life destruction elder was horrified. How could Lin Ming be so fast? He had simply appeared in front of him like the ghosts and gods. There didn't even seem to be a path of movement, he had just materialized right there in front of him. The life destruction elder couldn't bother thinking about such things. He raised his sword to defend, but in that moment, he felt as if Lin Ming's speed had suddenly slowed down. As his spear thrust forward, it actually wasn't much faster than the attack from a normal body transformation martial artist. However, even though Lin Ming's spear was slow, the elder's own movements were even slower. He had no time to defend against Lin Ming's attacks. No. That life destruction elder's eyes widened. He could only watch on helplessly as Lin Ming's spear pierced through his throat, an ice-cold feeling spread through his neck. The life destruction elder gazed with eyes like a dying fish's, his face full of unwillingness. He could not believe that he had died under the hands of a mere 21-year-old youth, against a single spear jab that he had no power to resist. In full view of everyone, a life destruction elder was instantly killed. All of the other life destruction elders and revolving core protectors were utterly stunned. What kind of strength was this? How could he possibly be this strong? Moreover, the way Lin Ming had moved was far too strange. It was like he had simply teleported over. Although that spear strike didn't seem too fast, that elder's speed had become even slower, as if mired in tar. That elder had only been able to stare blankly at Lin Ming's spear as it killed him, not even able to lift his sword. These martial artists were not stupid enough to think that the life destruction elder had deliberately slowed his movements because he had been bewitched or was playing around. Something strange was happening here, as if a demonic force was present. Lin Ming was wholly emitting a strange energy. Everyone was shocked, unable to respond. But Lin Ming was not fazed at all. He swung his spear, shaking off the body of that second life destruction elder's corpse. Then, with a single forward step, he instantly arrived in front of the third life destruction elder, his spear raised in a thrust. In that instant, that life destruction elder felt a chill crawl up his back. It was like he wasn't facing a 21-year-old youth, but instead the very incarnation of a death god. Run. The disparity was just too great. The life destruction elder didn't even have the least bit of courage to resist, instead immediately turning to run away. The other elders also swiveled around and dashed away like their lives depended on it. The South Sea Demon region martial artists were inherently self-centered to begin with. It was impossible for them to trade their own life for the fate of their sect. After encountering such a strange and mystical youth who seemed like the god of death come to slay them, they all chose to run. The 4 first-stage life destruction elders instantly scattered. As for the 20-some-odd revolving core realm protectors, they all turned and ran after seeing this scene occur before them. Only the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign was left over. This was because he had some degree of confidence in his strength. He was suspicious about Lin Ming's strength, thus he hesitated for a moment. But in the moment of hesitation, Lin Ming had already caught up to that first-stage life destruction elder he had targeted. The spear in his hand thrust out, piercing through the elder's back, leaving no chance for resistance. As the Demon Region Easter faction sovereign saw this, he finally became scared, losing any and all spunk he had previously. He quickly took out a small jade-green sword from his spatial ring. As this small sword appeared, it actually stretched out into the air, forming into a massive pair of twin wings that attached themselves onto the Demon Region Easter faction sovereign's body. With these jade-green wings supporting him, the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign turned without further ado and flew away. Even those 30 revolving core protectors scattered in separate directions, none of them even close anyone else, in the fear that by gathering too much they would create a path that the death god could follow. After the revolving core protectors left, those extreme Xiantian martial artists realized the situation had deteriorated, and they turned to run away. As for the other guards, they had all gathered here with determination and wrath in their eyes, but now they were completely dumbfounded. They never thought that after all the elders had gathered together and encircled the assassin, that assassin would actually beat them into the ground, killing them and making them all run away. By this point, none of them were stupid enough to approach Lin Ming. That was just the same as running to their deaths. What a joke. If even the Eastern faction sovereign ran away, then even all of them together wouldn't be enough for this death god to lift a pinky. They didn't dare escape either. With their Xiantian realm cultivation, just this midnight killer's spear light itself was able to slaughter them all as they fled. At this moment, a strange scene occurred. The 4 guard squadrons of the South Sea Demon region stood 1,000 feet away from Lin Ming, bewildered, unsure of what they should do as they all glanced at each other. Floating in air, Lin Ming indifferently looked at all the martial artists that were flying away, trying to escape. His perception instantly covered them like a surging tide, including even the elders and the 30 revolving core protectors. There were simply too many of them. If they all escaped in separate directions, then according to common sense, even a 4th or 5th stage life destruction powerhouse would find it nearly impossible to kill them all. After all, a martial artist's perception was limited. If they flew far enough and dove into the sea, finding some deserted island to hide at, then it would be difficult to chase them. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with an icy killing intent. His battle spirit fused with his Azura force field, instantly surging outward. A force field was a special intangible existence. It was able to expand at near the speed of light. In an instant, it overtook every martial artist. With the support of the battle spirit, the Azura force field enveloped the entire area. In the 1,000-mile forbidden zone of the eternal demon abyss, Lin Ming had been trapped in a maze of space and time, unable to find his way out. As he tried to figure out what had happened, he had left array symbol marks that had been eventually erased by a strange and mystical power. It was only after leaving behind a special mark mixed in with his battle spirit that Lin Ming had been able to slowly figure out just what was happening in that space-time maze, slowly leading his group out of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. The battle spirit had a special characteristic of being everlasting and endlessly enduring. After a supreme elder died in the eternal demon abyss, and with the passing of tens or hundreds of thousands of years, their bodies would have long rotted away, the energy within them condensing into demon god bones. But their battle spirit still wasn't destroyed. Rather, it was able to preserve itself, and sometimes even turn into a very elementary consciousness. Thus, making a mark with a battle spirit was the best method. Within the Azura force field, every elder and protector of the South Sea demon region instantly had a wisp of battle spirit attached to their bodies. A battle spirit was an extremely high-level power. Normally only a divine sea powerhouse would be able to trace it. Even the demon region Eastern faction sovereign had absolutely no idea what this energy was. All of them only felt that the instant they were covered by the terrifying pressure of the Azura force field their speed dropped, breathing became hard, and even their heartbeats seemed suppressed. In fear, they pushed their strengths past their limits to flee, only relaxing when they escaped the range of the force field. None of them knew that at that moment, Lin Ming had already marked each and every one of them with his battle spirit. But, even if they realized this, it would still be useless. They simply had no knowledge of what a battle spirit was, and also had no way to erase it. I've locked onto them all. Lin Ming's eyes radiated a devastating light. The furthest martial artist fleeing right now was a yellow-robed first-stage life-destruction elder. He was the first one to run, and he was also quite fast. He had already made it around 10 miles away. The second farthest was the demon region Eastern faction sovereign. He had a strange pair of jade-green wings assisting him. His speed was the quickest of everyone running. It was just that his start had been a bit later, and now he had only made it 8 or 9 miles away. As for those revolving core martial artists, they were only a few miles away. Lin Ming decided to give up on the second stage life destruction demon region Eastern faction sovereign for now. His first target was that yellow-robed elder 10 miles away. If he wanted to kill that Eastern faction sovereign, it might take more than a few moves. If he also had some sort of master move that was able to save his life, then that would extend the battle by some time. Afterwards, having to chase after the other martial artists would be much harder, even if he had a battle spirit mark on them. After choosing his target, Lin Ming sneered. His feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, and the space beneath him suddenly shrank. His flying was similar to teleportation. From the distance, it appeared as if Lin Ming's figure suddenly disappeared into space, abruptly appearing several miles away. Such a method of flying was so fast that it made one's scalp tingle with fear. The more Lin Ming came to understand the concept of space, the closer he came to reaching the third layer of golden rock shattering the void. Unfortunately, it was just that Lin Ming's concept of wind was still lacking throughout, much less refined than his other concepts. This caused his movement technique to appear strange, missing a hint of flexibility and nimbleness. Otherwise, he would be able to fly even faster. As for that yellow-robed elder in the lead, he seemed to know a special fleeing movement technique. His entire body was wrapped in a thick black fog. As he flew away, the fog formed a tail behind him like a streaking comet, making him seem like a very large, black snake. This movement technique obviously didn't come from the South Sea demon region. It was likely some ability obtained from some ancient ruins somewhere. Damn it all. It's like I've seen a ghost or something. To think that a 20-year-old boy could be so strong. Luckily, this old man's evasion ability is quite good, otherwise I probably would have died here today. Chapter 712, Thorough Slaughter. Chapter 712, Thorough Slaughter. And there's that damned Shen Wuji. To think he goes to chase the giant Leviathan on his own and leaves behind this scourge in the South Sea demon region. Shen Wuji, as long as you do not kill that boy, it's impossible for me to return to the South Sea demon region. If I run into him again, then chances are that my life will fall under his hands. Luckily, I found this evil soulfire step in the possession of a late revolving core martial artist I've killed. With this, on top of my own speed, I should be able to easily escape this catastrophe. The yellow-robed elder simply never expected Lin Ming to chase him in order to kill him. After all, out of all the elders there, he was one of the weakest, Lin Ming shouldn't be attracted to him. And, in terms of speed, he was one of the best here. If one or two elders were to die, then it likely wouldn't be his turn. That Lin brat can't be possessed by a ghost or something. He shouldn't do something as unreasonable as chasing me. I hope that he chooses to bother with the Eastern faction sovereign. With that old man stalling for time, I'll be much safer. As the yellow-robed elder was thinking about the possible scenarios, he suddenly heard the rustling of wind behind him and a faint rumbling sound approaching him. Heh! What? As the yellow-robed elder turned around, he was frightened almost to the point where his spirit left his body. Behind him, just 6 or 7 miles away, there was a black-clothed youngster chasing after him with a blood-stained white spear, his hair flying recklessly as thunder and fire covered his body. With every step he took, he seemed to teleport 2-3 miles ahead. At this speed, Lin Ming would overtake him in less than 10 breaths' time. What kind of movements are these? The yellow-robed elder turned whiter than death. He punched himself in the chest, forcing out the power of his blood essence as he escaped at a speed surpassing his limits. However, this evil soulfire step was, in the end, far from being able to compare with the exquisite golden rock shattering the void. Moreover, he was also weaker than Lin Ming. Now, in just a few breaths' time, Lin Ming was already chasing right behind him. He could feel that Lin Ming's fearful killing intent had already locked onto him. The yellow-robed elder was scared breathless. In his entire life, he had experienced many dangerous life-or-death situations, and had stumbled through many danger zones. But, he had never felt the specter of death approach him as much as it did today. It hadn't even been 100 years since he had successfully crossed into life destruction. He still had a lavish and sumptuous life to enjoy. He refused to die here today. Wait. Young hero Lin, do not kill me. I can give you any information you need, as well as all of my wealth, the yellow-robed elder desperately cried out. However, Lin Ming didn't seem to care at all, as if he hadn't even heard these words. He simply grasped his white spear and thrust out. This old man will fight you to the death. Seeing Lin Ming's ruthlessness, the yellow-robed elder took up a crescent halberd in hand and struck at Lin Ming. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt an enormous pressure smashing into him, like an endless tide. His breathing became heavy, his heart nearly stopping, and the blood in his veins and the true essence in his meridians stagnated, nearly reversing course. At the same time, a killing intent so pure and thick struck him, that it almost suffocated him to death. He felt as if he had plunged into one of hell's blood ponds. Under this chilling killing intent, the fires of his life were like a candle in the wind, about to go out at any time. This was the Azura force field and Death God force field released by Lin Ming. No, the yellow-robed elder miserably sobbed. However, he was still unable to change his fate. Lin Ming's spear pierced his throat. Blood sprayed, and the yellow-robed elder died. Out of the 7 life destruction elders still within the South Sea Demon region, there were now only 4 left. Lin Ming waved his left hand, taking the yellow-robed elder's corpse and spatial ring. Then, without pause, he turned around and chased towards the 2nd life destruction elder. With Lin Ming's golden rock shattering the void approaching the 3rd layer, his speed could no longer be compared with that of a normal martial artist. Out of the remaining life destruction elders, this second one was the slowest of all. The reason Lin Ming decided to chase him was just because he was the farthest away from everyone else. After half an incense stick of time, Lin Ming was only 10 miles away from this life destruction elder. Lin Ming was already able to sense him with his perception. He was a middle-aged man with sharp ears and round cheeks. He was flying away with extreme caution, revolving his protective true essence to the limit, at the same time being tense and wary of his surroundings. After leaving the South Sea Demon region's 3 islands, this elder had stumbled into a small isolated jungle. There, he fully restrained his energy and hid in a pile of lush green bushes. At that time, the moon was hidden behind the clouds, and the night gales were howling. This sharp-eared elder seemed to be proficient in camouflage techniques. Lowering himself into the bushes, he seemed to melt into the surrounding environment, becoming one with the earth. Even if one knew he was there and used their perception to look for him, it would still be difficult to find any trace of him. I should be safe here. The sharp-eared elder's face darkened, becoming gloomy. He didn't know just where this Lin Ming had come from. How could he have suddenly become so strong? A 20-or-so-year-old youngster was actually chasing someone like him, who was nearly 1,000 years old, into the jungle. If this news ever spread out, then it would truly be laughable. That Lin Ming brat never locked onto me from the start. Even if he finishes off his first target and then comes chasing after me, it will still be useless. With my camouflage technique, even Xian Wuji might not be able to find me. The sharp-eared elder had faith in his own abilities. If a few life-destruction elders were to die because Lin Ming chased them down, he definitely wouldn't be one of them. I won't be able to return to the South Sea Demon region for quite some time. I'll stay and hide here for a while before reassessing the situation. As the sharp-eared elder thought this, his face suddenly froze in place. At the same time, his heart sank into the depths of despair. He watched helplessly as a black-clothed youth carrying a white spear fell into an open area just 30 feet in front of him. This black-clothed youngster turned in his direction and cruelly smiled at him, as if he could see through all lies and illusions. Seeing this young man's smile, the sharp-eared elder felt a chill crawl up his spine, his spirit fading into the heavens. How did he discover me? The sharp-eared elder couldn't believe this. Now that things had come to this point, any of his camouflage techniques had no meaning whatsoever. His forehead was dripping with sweat, but he forced his heart to stay calm as he began to think about escaping possibilities. But at this point, Lin Ming laughed and said, "This elder's camouflage technique is quite skilled, much better than my own in the past. But, in such a hot and humid place with so many insects everywhere, you must be suffering too much. Let me help you a bit." With these words, Lin Ming suddenly turned towards the bushes and thrust his spear. The sharp-eared elder shrieked like a cat that had its tail stepped on. He was ready to rush out, but at that moment, something strange occurred. All of the branches and leaves and plants around him seemed to twist like countless pythons, wrapping around him. The normally fragile plants seemed to become as tough as metal, forcefully holding him down. If the elder revolved his true essence to the limit, he could work his way out in less than 2 breaths' time. However, in front of Lin Ming, that was more than enough time to die 100 times. The sharp-eared elder was frightened to the point that his soul fled his body. He raised his sword, ready to cut through the branches, but it was already too late. A cool feeling bloomed in his chest and an icy white spear pierced through his heart. His life fading away at a fast pace, the sharp-eared elder lifted his eyes, staring at Lin Ming with unwillingness. Just, what happened? This was the last thought to pass through the sharp-eared elder's mind. He died without understanding how Lin Ming had discovered him, or how the surrounding bushes had managed to trap him. Once the sharp-eared elder died, the surrounding branches and leaves delivered his corpse into Lin Ming's hands. This was the simple application of battle spirit. The battle spirit could be attached to the foliage, moving it and forming a cage. This had been the fastest way to kill that sharp-eared elder. Lin Ming indifferently took the sharp-eared elder's corpse and spatial ring. Then, he flew away again, chasing after the last first-stage life-destruction elder. At this time, Lin Ming had chased for a full quarter of an hour. Along the road, he slightly deviated off course to kill off any revolving core martial artist that passed within 100 miles of him. Lin Ming didn't even bother taking in the spatial rings of martial artists of only this level. Even more, he simply burnt their corpses to ashes with a fireball after killing them. As he advanced, another quarter of an hour passed. Lin Ming finally sensed that 6th life-destruction elder. This elder and the sharp-eared elder had chosen completely different escape paths. This one had run in a straight line for several dozen miles before temporarily stopping to make sure he did not have a tracing mark on him. Then, he changed directions, flying several dozen miles, and then changed directions again and again, in a zigzag line. For a common martial artist, chasing after him would have been impossible. But to Lin Ming, this elder's zigzagging path only made it much easier to chase him. This black-clothed life-destruction elder kept his head down as he flew away. He had originally worn a red robe, but in order to disguise himself, he had switched into black nightclothes. Even though he had already escaped several hundred miles away, he didn't once relax his guard. He kept running away at full speed. Just as he was thinking of how to inform Xian Wuji of this matter, he suddenly heard the wind twisting behind him. The black-clothed elder's heart turned cold. Who? He didn't think that Lin Ming was chasing him. He had already thrown him off long ago. But, as he looked back, he could see Lin Ming flying there, his hand gripping a blood-stained white spear as his two eyes flashed with the power of thunder. No, no! This isn't possible. The black-clothed elder's mouth fell open. In that instant he felt his entire body turn leaden, his limbs ice-cold. Was this Lin Ming really human? As this thought crossed the black-clothed elder's mind, Lin Ming's spear had already pierced towards him. The black-clothed elder's cultivation was much deeper than that of the last two. He was actually able to block one of Lin Ming's strikes. But that was his limit. Lin Ming's second spear easily thrust through the black-clothed elder's dantian. With a twist, his revolving core shattered to pieces. The black-clothed elder died. After putting away this corpse, Lin Ming began to chase after the remaining revolving core martial artists. To Lin Ming, these were only small fries. Most of them had only escaped several hundred miles away. Then, they had diverged, some continuing to escape, some finding an island to hide, and some even plunging into the waters. Lin Ming first killed the martial artists who kept on running. Killing these revolving core martial artists was much simpler. As long as he could come within several miles of them, he could simply flick his finger and kill them with a battle spirit-infused wind current. Lin Ming had no qualms about killing these South Sea Demon region martial artists. In his view, killing one of them meant that there was one less future disaster in the world. Life after life died under Lin Ming's hand. Chapter 713. To those who remain in the South Sea Demon region, death. Chapter 713. To those who remain in the South Sea Demon region, death. Revolving core martial artists were much easier to kill than life-destruction martial artists. Not only were they slower, but their ability to resist was next to nothing. As long as Lin Ming was able to find one, he would instantly kill them. Xiu. Lin Ming flicked his finger at the sea surface and a massive spout of water shot up. Then, a moment later, a bright red ripple spread out and a corpse slowly surfaced. Lin Ming shot out a fireball, instantly turning this corpse to ash. That had been the last of the escaping revolving core protectors. He had hid underneath the surface of the water. But, to Lin Ming, he was no different than an ostrich that buried its head in sand. Up to now, over 20 revolving core protectors and 6 first-stage life-destruction elders had been completely wiped out. The only person remaining was the Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign. Lin Ming tracked the location of the Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign, and then his lips curved up in a sly smile. That old fox had actually returned to the South Sea Demon Region's 3 demon islands. He had run away, but then he returned to the South Sea Demon Region. It was said that the most dangerous places were often the safest. If he hid in some secret location within his sect, it truly would be difficult to find him. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Ming returned to the Demon Region's 3 islands. At this time, the Demon Region islands were nearly emptied of people. The South Sea Demon Region shouldn't have been reduced to this ghost-like state just because of the invasion of a single person, but after seeing the several life-destruction elders run away, the other disciples naturally wouldn't stay. Lin Ming silently arrived at a seemingly common and inconspicuously small building. Then, he swept out his spear, the spear light surging hundreds of feet away. Bang! A muffled explosion occurred, the entire building collapsed. Earth cracked and stone crumbled. A black beam of light dropped down from the heavens. The basement of the building was pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. A shockwave of true essence detonated in the air, bursting outwards. Within the chaos, a silver-masked man ran out in a panic, surprised to see Lin Ming standing right outside. He had been hiding in a secret chamber with an array formation that was able to isolate away all perception and probing. He didn't believe that Lin Ming had any way to track him. That was, unless he had some sort of tracing mark on his body. But, before this, he had already examined his entire body, not discovering any sort of energy mark. So what was happening? Brat, Don't think that I am really afraid of you." The Eastern faction sovereign grasped a 10-foot-long war halberd, his eagle-like eyebrows slanted up in fury. Lin Ming remained silent. Without a word, the heretical god force opened and his battle spirit poured into his spear. He thrust straight at the Eastern faction sovereign's throat. Seeing this unstoppable spear stabbing towards him, the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign roared out, his entire body revolving to the limit with true essence, heavenly demon suppression. In that instant, on top of the Eastern faction sovereign's halberd, a great black giant demon phantom rushed out, snarling as it clawed towards Lin Ming. However, just as the giant demon phantom appeared, an invisible force field crashed down with overwhelming force. The giant demon phantom broke apart in this force field, like a shard of ice dropped in boiling water, instantly reducing to less than half its size. The Eastern faction sovereign was startled. He fiercely bit down on his tongue and spat out a spray of blood essence on his halberd edge. The light of that halberd immediately became much more dazzling and radiant. Lin Ming's simple spear clashed with the giant demon phantom. With a sizzling sound, the giant demon phantom was easily pierced through with the battle spirit-infused spear light. It paused for the slightest instant before piercing towards the Eastern faction sovereign's throat again. Demon Shadow Division. The Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign's eyes flashed with a cold light. His body turned into 3 phantoms as he dodged Lin Ming's spear. Lin Ming was startled. His spear strike right now didn't seem particularly special, but in truth it had contained the concept of space as well as his battle spirit. In the midst of this fearsome strike, he had even locked the space around the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign, making it incomparably difficult to defend against. Still, he never expected that the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign would still manage to avoid it. It seemed that a second-stage life destruction elder was indeed quite special. After his body split into 3, the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign didn't pause at all. He turned in 3 different directions and ran away. This sort of secret escape technique would have confused a normal martial artist. But to Lin Ming, it was simply a frivolous action. The Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign already had Lin Ming's battle spirit mark on him. With just a thought he had already locked onto the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign's true body. Lin Ming took a step forwards, golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming instantly appeared a mile ahead. As he took another step forwards, he stepped right in front of the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign. Chasing thunder. The white spear sparkled with lightning. Lin Ming's spear had reached the pinnacle of speed. The keen electric light hadn't even reached the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign, but it already made him tingle. Lin Ming, I have no grudge nor enmity with you. The one responsible for annihilating your divine Phoenix Island is the Xian clan's Xian Wuji. That had nothing to do with me, so why must you chase me down and not let me go? In the face of a speed and striking power that far surpassed his own, the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign was exceptionally anxious. But at this time, he could only brace himself and face this calamity. Clang! The sound of striking metal sounded. The Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign's halberd was actually cut in half by Lin Ming's spear. Lin Ming's spear was already a much higher grade to begin with. With the addition of the increased power from the battle spirit, cutting apart the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign's treasure halberd was easy. The Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign gave a crazed shout. He threw the halberd pieces at Lin Ming, hoping to force him away. Lin Ming didn't even bother glancing at these halberd pieces. He stabbed out his spear. Puff! The long spear pierced through the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign's jaw, angling into his throat and cutting through his neck even as his spinal cord was completely crushed to bits with a simple twist. The Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign stared with wide eyes, disbelief on his face as he looked at Lin Ming's chest. When he threw those halberd pieces just now, they had pierced through Lin Ming's chest. Although his attack had been done in haste and there wasn't much true essence within it, it was still 30 to 40% of his strength. Still, even though it struck Lin Ming, it hadn't even broken through the skin. Was this boy even human? This was the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign's last thought. In the next moment, Lin Ming swept his spear out, directly beheading the second-stage life-destruction elder. Lin Ming rubbed his right chest. He was quite satisfied with his current defensive capabilities. That sudden attack just now from the Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign was equal to the all-out attack of a peak first-stage life-destruction powerhouse. In the face of such an attack, he hadn't even needed to defend himself with true essence. He was able to block it with just his mortal body. Besides some slight pain, there wasn't even the slightest injury. These were the effects of the profound gold divine fruit. Not only had he absorbed the profound gold divine fruit, but he had even opened the second of the 8 inner hidden gates. This had caused his mortal body to be comparable to that of a top Earthstep treasure. Lin Ming calmly put away the Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign's body and spatial ring. Then, holding his long spear, he continuously twirled it in the air. Spear light shot out, shredded massive sections of rock in a far-off mountain cliff as large letters began appearing on it. To those who remain in the South Sea Demon Region, death. These words contained Lin Ming's Death God force field. If a martial artist with a low cultivation saw these words, their life would instantly be extinguished. Even a Xiantian or revolving core martial artist would be affected by the pure killing intent. It would be impossible for them to continue looking at these words. After leaving behind these words, Lin Ming released his perception that had casually swept through the islands of the South Sea Demon Region. Nearly all the revolving core martial artists had fled. The only ones left over were the small fry minions that he had no interest in. Displaying his movement technique, Lin Ming left the Demon Region's 3 islands. 6 hours later, deep in the South Sea, 100,000 feet underwater, a middle-aged martial artist was quietly suspended. His breath and heart rate were slowed to an extremely low rate. This middle-aged martial artist wore black clothes and his 2 straight eyebrows slanted ferociously high. Underneath these 2 eyebrows was a pair of deep eyes, their intense stare penetrating through the sea as if they could see past all illusions and lies. This black-clothed martial artist was Xian Wuji. He had already been floating here for several days. His perception was locked onto the giant Leviathan in the deep-sea trench. As long as the giant Leviathan surfaced to 250,000 or above, he would then reinitiate his attack. Although he couldn't kill the giant Leviathan, if the attacks on it accumulated, one day, sooner or later, it would die from exhaustion and blood loss. Xian Wuji, we've already waited here so many days. How much longer will we keep guard here? The one who asked was a golden-furred ape. He was the patriarch of the turquoise-eyed ape clan. Xian Wuji didn't even glance back at the turquoise-eyed ape patriarch. He said without any hint of emotion, as long as half a year and as short as a few months. Sooner or later, the giant Leviathan will fall by my hands. Good, then this king will accompany you here for half a year. The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The giant Leviathan was a kind of saint beast recorded in the ancient texts of the turquoise-eyed ape clan. If they could take its heart and spine marrow, refining it into a pill with their clan's secret techniques, then they could use these pills to directly enhance the physique of their turquoise-eyed ape clan's martial artists. The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch had great faith that, if he could obtain these treasures, then there would be high hopes for him reaching the Divine Sea. When that time came, he could rule over a large region of the deep South Sea. He could even take a portion of the resources from the entire southern Sky Spill continent. As Xian Wuji and the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch were speaking, a current of water twisted into a spinning orb in front of them, followed by a radiant blue flash of light. This was the light of an underwater sound-transmitting talisman. The voices of the South Sea Demon Region's scouts entered Xian Wuji's ears. After hearing the message, Xian Wuji's body shook. In the next moment, his eyes grew so heated they seemed to spill over with flames. The South Sea Demon Region had been crushed. 7 Life Destruction Elders, including the second-stage Life Destruction Easter Faction Sovereign, as well as 20-some-odd Revolving Core Protectors, most of them at the mid and late Revolving Core realm, had died. Over 30 individuals had been completely wiped out, and before Lin Ming fled, he even left behind a few words within the South Sea Demon Region, to those who remain in the South Sea Demon Region, death. Because of these words, coupled with the fact that Lin Ming had raised a bloody storm of death within the South Sea Demon Region, Many of their martial artists had already fled. A demon region martial artist cared only for themselves. No one would take their life as a joke or gamble. If they were targeted by a death god, who would still dare to stay in the demon region's 3 islands? Lin Ming. Xian Wuji roared. All of the water around him suddenly stirred, creating a violent vortex. Because of a single person, because of Lin Ming, nearly every South Sea Demon Region Life Destruction Elder had died. The only ones left over were Xian Yuqie and Xian Wuji. A 5th grade sect took Life Destruction martial artists as elders and Revolving Core martial artists as protectors. Now that there were only 2 Life Destruction martial artists left over in the South Sea Demon Region, there weren't enough for them to be considered a 5th grade sect anymore. Solely through Lin Ming's strength, he had chopped the 5th grade South Sea Demon Region into a 4th grade sect. Chapter 7:14, Name of the Death God. Chapter 7:14, Name of the Death God. That very night, news of the assault on the South Sea Demon Region spread out like a tide. Upon learning this, within the 5-element region, Zhong Yunjian, the Sunfire Princess, and everyone else was happy and excited. Lin Ming just gives too many pleasant surprises. I thought that after Xian Wuji left seclusion, Lin Ming might be suppressed for some time. Perhaps even that Xian Wuji would have managed to take back the giant Leviathan. But I never imagined that Lin Ming would kill his way through the entire the South Sea Demon Region by himself, and turn that 5th grade South Sea Demon Region into a 4th grade sect, the Sunfire Princess giddily said. Zhong Yunjian took a deep breath and shook his head, saying, it's not just falling to a 4th grade sect. If Xian Wuji doesn't return to the South Sea Demon Region, then the entire South Sea Demon Region could disintegrate because of Lin Ming. When Lin Ming returned, he wasn't yet strong enough to match a 2nd stage Life Destruction master. But now, after just several months, he was actually able to reach this point through his strength alone. How ridiculously unbelievable. Several months ago, Lin Ming had broken into the South Sea Demon Region the 2nd time. He had trotted in on the giant Leviathan and had dug up the entire medicine garden, including the spiritual earth. In front of Lin Ming, the 5th grade sect was like a lamb in front of a butcher, only able to lie there to be slaughtered. The first time that Lin Ming had broken into the South Sea Demon Region, he had also relied on the strength of the giant Leviathan, managing to kill a massive amount of low-level disciples. Both the first and second time he had gone to the South Sea Demon Region, the disaster had been the cause of the giant Leviathan's strength. But now, this 3rd time, he had actually relied on his own combat strength, killing only high-ranking martial artists. Out of the 7 great Life Destruction elders, none had been spared. And over 20 Revolving Core protectors had been buried along with them, most of them at the mid and late Revolving Core realm. Also, it had been reported that after Lin Ming had killed his way in, all of these people had scattered, running into different directions. No one was an idiot, they would naturally wish to escape. Still, even so, none of them had been able to escape the fate of annihilation, for all of them to scatter and yet be completely killed. Was this a demon? This ability to kill others far exceeded the understanding of ordinary people. It was so great that the martial artists of the South Sea Demon Region were left fleeing away in abject despair and fear. Then, before Lin Ming left, he had also jotted down a message, to those who remain in the South Sea Demon Region, death. These words seemed to contain the concept of slaughter. A weak martial artist would be severely wounded just glancing at these words. Now, there was not a single Life Destruction elder remaining in the South Sea Demon Regions. And those words still stayed in the South Sea Demon Region sect, no one had dared to erase them. Following this, the martial artists of the South Sea Demon Region began escaping in droves. The reason why a martial artist joined a sect was for its training resources and its spiritual land. Now, nearly all of the training resources of the South Sea Demon Region had been destroyed by Lin Ming, and the rest had been looted. If they couldn't even keep their lives, then what was the point of staying in such a sect? People were easily affected by general opinion. Once one martial artist decided to escape, of course, many others decided to join him. After all, in this vast and endless world, there were more sects than only the South Sea Demon Region. But there were some martial artists that still knew that Xian Wuji and Xian Yuqie were still alive, and stayed to show their loyalty. Even so, they did so with trepidation and fear. None of them dared to return to the demon region's 3 islands. They only hid on the surrounding islands, lest Lin Ming came back to look for them. These people's so-called loyalty was actually that, seeing a massive number of people leave the South Sea demon region, they hoped to gain some benefits by staying behind. But this was far from true loyalty. If Xian Wuji or Xian Yuqie didn't return to manage the chaos, then these people would leave sooner or later. This was why Zhong Yunjian said that the South Sea demon region might be ruined by Lin Ming alone. As for Xian Wuji, if he returned, then there was naturally no way for him to continue chasing the giant Leviathan. It's really like a dream. Just 4 years ago we attended revered Master Tianguang's birthday banquet with Lin Ming. Although there was still a difference between us and Lin Ming's levels back then, it wasn't as exaggerated as it is now. I really wonder just what Lin Ming experienced these past years, said Arctic Ice Palaces by Aoshuan as she shook her head. She was no longer able to fathom what boundary had Lin Ming reached now. Several days later, Lin Ming had been given the title of Death God. This news spread throughout the entire South Sea. Even in the Great Zen region over 1,000,000 miles away, there were still people who were aware of how Lin Ming had ravaged the South Sea demon region 3 times. Flower Coil Restaurant was a restaurant with over 1,000 years of history. It was located in the heart of Zen City. Zen City was subordinate to the number 1 sect in the Great Zen region, Great Zen Temple. Its city lord was a life-destruction powerhouse, and throughout the entire city, it was easy to spot Xiantian martial artists and even revolving core martial artists. Zen City was a land of martial artists. Although Flower Coil Restaurant seemed ordinary, it was actually constructed from metal used to forge Earthstep treasures. Since Flower Coil Restaurant had been built, it had withstood the tests of time, passing through wind and rain and calamities, but still emerging bright and new as if it were freshly constructed. At this time, in a luxurious room on the 2nd floor, there was a young man wearing an extravagant Kirin robe with a purple gold crown nestled atop his head. He had a young girl on each of his sides. One seemed like a maid, and the other seemed to be a cute little nun. On the opposite side of this purple gold-crowned young man, there was an astoundingly beautiful and elegant young man. This youngster was dressed as a scholar, and held a folding fan in hand. When one looked carefully, one could see there was something particular about this young man. He didn't even have an Adam's apple, and his fingers were extraordinarily slim. This young man was actually a young girl dressed up as a boy. This strangely dressed young girl was quickly swinging her fan. She tittered and said, "Brother Ifeng, during this time's outing for adventuring, I heard that there was something fun happenings in the South Sea. I wanted to go and join in on the fun, but now it seems as if it's been stirred up by this Lin Ming and it's not as chaotic as it was before. So boring. But this Lin Ming fellow is called a monstrous genius. Perhaps he might not be any worse than Brother Ifeng. Brother Ifeng, what do you think?" This young girl dressed as a boy and the man opposite of her called Li Ifeng both originated from the 4 divine kingdoms. Li Ifeng was one of the sons of one of the 4 divine kingdoms' emperors. They had come out to journey and gain experience, and had especially chosen the South Sea demon region. But never would they have imagined that just as they reached the Great Zen region, they would learn news that the situation within the South Sea had changed so suddenly. As for main lead who had caused all these changes within the South Sea, it was Lin Ming. Thus, they had set their sights on him. Li Ifeng didn't speak. The young maid, however, didn't seem to be convinced. She said, "Humph, these South Sea country bumpkins have never seen the wide world. A fairly decent young elite came from their ranks and now they're bragging so much. If they came to the 4 divine kingdoms, then their chins would probably fall off in awe." As the young maid spoke, she had a very smug and satisfied expression. If those small-time people came and saw what happened in the 4 divine kingdoms, it was the same as a country bumpkin coming to a major metropolis. Besides this young maid, the other cute little nun also nodded vigorously. Although she didn't speak, her eyes and face were clearly full of confidence in Li Ifeng. Li Ifeng smiled and lazily stretched out. As he bit on a toothpick he said, "It doesn't matter. Struggling all day and all night is so silly, To live a great life, have fun, eat and drink to the heart's content, make love under the stars, that's the stuff. What use is there in struggling every day to be number one? Try too much and your head will explode. This Li Feng, with his purple gold crown and Kirin robe, seemed noble and handsome, but his personality was actually the opposite. He picked up a jug of wine and took a gulp before exclaiming, "This Flower Coil Restaurant's millennium-old falling autumn leaf wine is actually quite good. I'll have to make sure to bring along 2 extra jugs with me. But what a pity, without some young girls singing and dancing, this Zen city is just too old-fashioned and boring for me. No fun, totally no fun," Li Feng said as he shook his head. Hearing Li Feng's completely unreliable words, the young girl disguised as a boy suddenly had a frosty expression. With disgust, she said, "Li Feng, for this time's outing I will make sure to record every word you say and everything you do. I will report this all to your Sir Shangchen." Li Feng nonchalantly said, "Meh, go ahead and report all you want. I've already violated around 800 rules or so anyways. I'll have you know, lice do not fear being bitten. Go and add a few more faults on my list." Li Feng had a very go-ahead and bite-me expression. It was truly aggravating for one's nerves. "You," the young girl clenched her shining teeth. As for the young maid near Li Feng, she covered her mouth and laughed. The young girl fiercely said, "Li Feng, if you go too far then Sir Shangchen will bring you back." "Heh, that depends on whether he can catch me or not. Do you know how hard it is to find a chance to come out and play? How could I go back to being surrounded by that group of old men? F***ck, ever since I was born, those old men have been bothering me all day long, touching me left and right. Shit, if I have to go back then I'll really be driven insane," Li Feng said as he leisurely drank his wine. Then, he seemed to think of something. A devilish smile crossed his face, as if he were thinking of something naughty. "This Lin Ming is quite interested. Our next stop will be the South Horizon region. I'll go and visit him first before deciding on what to do next." At this time, deep within the South Sea, Shen Wuji was suspended in the pitch-black waters. Shen Yuqie didn't even dare to speak or look ahead. Her hand on her chest, her head bowed, she waited for Shen Wuji's orders. Shen Wuji indifferently said, "Yuqie, go back first and stabilize the will of the people." As Shen Yuqie heard Shen Wuji's order, her heart tightened. Go back. If she went back, that didn't necessarily mean she would be able to stabilize the situation there. The key was her own strength. Facing Lin Ming, she might not even be able to persist for 5 moves. Once she encountered Lin Ming, death was inevitable. Wasn't this just sending her to die? Shen Yuqie's lips twitched. She wanted to say something, but a cold light flashed in Shen Wuji's eyes. "What? Is there a problem?" "No," Shen Yuqie exhaled, feeling her heart turn cold. To Shen Wuji, every person was just a pawn in his great game. This was her sorrow, the sorrow of the weak. She bit her teeth and asked with despondence, "Should I lead the disciples somewhere else? Manage the matter yourself. You only need to support them for 5 months, Shen Wuji said, expressionless. Since the South Sea Demon region had already turned into this state, stabilizing the hearts of the revolving core and Xiantian martial artists was worse than focusing his efforts here to kill the giant Leviathan. As soon as the giant Leviathan died, he could grab hold of Mu Chenyu and force Lin Ming to face him. He had to take advantage of Lin Ming while he still hadn't grown up, and kill him. If he couldn't, and left him alive, then there would be no end to his future troubles. Haha, what wise words from Elder Shen, right? Besides Shen Wuji, the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch laughed as he said, "A real man must make choices. All those disciples that fled are unreliable and worthless trash. Although this disaster is a setback to the South Sea Demon region, it's also a good deed. Through this trial, those who left are all disloyal garbage, but those who remained are the extraordinary heroes. If you can take these heroes as your future foundation, then with Elder Shen's support, rebuilding the South Sea Demon region wouldn't be difficult at all. This king fully supports Elder Shen's decisions." The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch's goal was the giant Leviathan's heart and spine. He definitely wanted to stay here with Shen Wuji to make sure they killed the giant Leviathan. When Xian Yuqie heard the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch's comforting words, all she could hear was the gloating tone behind it. She grit her teeth in hate, wanting to run a sword through the damned old ape. But right now, she could only endure the insult. She coldly replied, "I do not need your judgment on how my South Sea Demon region will pass this disaster. Sovereign Xian is truly like a thorn-filled rose, what a spicy attitude." The blue-eyed ape ignored Xian Yuqie's words, instead choosing to lasciviously harass her. As he was about to speak further, water twisted in front of him and a blue light shined. A message sounded into the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch's ear, the old ape's smiling expression suddenly freezing as he listened. After several breaths' time, the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch's monkey face turned blue, and then a deeper blue, and then green. Both of his eyes looked as if they were about to spout fire. A message had just come from his clan. His turquoise-eyed ape clan's royal palace had just been attacked by Lin Ming 8 hours ago. They had lost 4 life destruction princes and 20 revolving corps generals. In addition to that, hundreds of Xiantian and Hutian realm martial artists had died from the shockwaves of the fight. Before Lin Ming had left, he had also left behind some words in the turquoise-eyed ape clan's royal palace square. "Stay in the deep sea. 10 lives a day." Only these words, and not even the revolving corps martial artists were able to approach. That bastard. The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch's intestines twitched with rage. Lin Ming was threatening him. For every day he didn't return, Lin Ming would kill 10 people. The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch had never imagined that Lin Ming would attack their turquoise-eyed ape clan. Their clan headquarters were located 80,000 feet in the deep sea. At this depth, a human martial artist's combat efficiency, speed, and striking power would all be greatly weakened. But the turquoise-eyed apes wouldn't be affected at all. Lin Ming didn't have anyone to share a water-repelling technique with him, so just how had he been able to kill 4 life destruction princes? Within the turquoise-eyed ape clan's royal palace, there were now only 4 life destruction princes in their entire clan. If they were killed, then the entire clan might perish. Even if Xian Wuji went there, he would only be able to kill 1 or 2 at most. It was impossible to kill everyone. Just what method had Lin Ming used to efficiently kill those that he wanted dead, not even giving them the chance to escape? "Patriarch, what is it?" Beside the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch, a second-stage life destruction clansman nervously asked. The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch had obviously just received some terribly bad news. In truth, the moment he asked the question, he already had an inkling as to what had occurred. But he didn't know just how bad the extent of damage was. The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch simply didn't speak. His mood was extremely poor. Originally, when Lin Ming had launched a massive massacre within the South Sea Demon region, he had relished their suffering. But in the flash of an eye, this dark star had been turned onto his own clan and people. As Xian Yuqie saw this, the corners of her lips curved into a happy smile. She was extraordinarily perceptive. It was easy to guess just what news the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch had received. She faintly smiled at the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch, and asked with a concerned expression, "What's the matter? Could something have happened with your clan?" Chapter 715, King-Level Smelting Trial. Chapter 715, King-Level Smelting Trial. Facing Xian Yuqie's mocking taunts, the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch grew angry with shame. He had made a joke of the South Sea Demon region at the start, but now it was Xian Yuqie's turn to ridicule him. The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch coldly snorted and told the others behind him, "We are immediately returning." The turquoise-eyed ape clan was no stronger than the South Sea Demon region. However, the South Sea Demon region was a sect. If their disciples died, they could always recruit more. As for the turquoise-eyed ape clan, they had limited numbers. For every clansman that died, it was impossible to come up with more numbers at a fast speed. If Lin Ming was killing the outstanding elites of the turquoise-eyed ape clan, then the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch couldn't just sit idly and do nothing. He had to return. Otherwise, if Lin Ming came back and used his strange tracking ability, then he could kill dozens of revolving corps martial artists at the very least. This was not a loss that their clan could afford. Patriarch, are you planning to withdraw? Xian Wuji frowned. If the turquoise-eyed ape clan withdrew from here, that meant he would lose a powerful ally. With him alone, it would be extremely difficult to deter the giant Leviathan in any way. Hearing Xian Wuji's question, the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch's face stiffened. Elder Xian, my apologies, but this king must return. Oh, you have to go back. Xian Yuqie sneered. Ape King, wasn't it you who said that a real man had to make choices? All of those fleeing clansmen are definitely worthless rejects. Since that's the case, the disaster of your turquoise-eyed ape clan is also a great fortune. Those who leave are disloyal, but those who remain are the extraordinary elites. At that time, you can use the remaining members to rebuild your foundation. Reforming your clan shouldn't be difficult at all. Our South Sea Demon region will also support you with everything we have. What do you think about this? One of the world's most humiliating matters was having your words tossed back in your face. Xian Yuqie had deliberated copied the tone of the Ape King, leaving him speechless. Humph. You were speaking so much bullshit in such a rude manner, and now that you're the one in trouble, you decided to leave. How laughable. Xian Yuqie mercilessly mocked. Seeing the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch suddenly deflate, Xian Yuqie was very happy. As for Xian Wuji, he simply glowered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He stayed silent. Lin Ming was much more troublesome than he had anticipated. The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch also didn't speak any further. He simply cupped his hands and left. Now, the only ones left were Xian Yuqie and Xian Wuji. Xian Yuqie lightly exhaled. She carefully looked at Xian Wuji, whispering, Elder Xian, should we? She hoped with every fiber of her body that Xian Wuji would decide to return to the South Sea Demon region and further consider matters. However, Xian Wuji's response left her disappointed. You return first. If anything else pops up, then use a water sound transmitting talisman to inform me. Xian Yuqie's heart sank. She knew that saying anything else now would be useless. She could only reply in a quiet voice, yes, I understand. To Xian Wuji, his future breakthrough to the divine sea boundary was much more important than the fate of the entire South Sea Demon region. He had absolute certainty that there was a great secret regarding Lin Ming's body. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to make such frightening progress. Xian Wuji had already looked up Lin Ming and studied his background. Before 15 years of age, Lin Ming had been nothing but the most average of youngsters. But, after he had reached 15 years of age, he had suddenly soared into the heavens. In a mere 6 short years, he had gone from the first level of body transformation to being able to kill a second-stage life-destruction powerhouse. Within the entire Sky Spill continent, this was an absolutely unprecedented event. To deal with such a person, Xian Wuji could only attempt it before he grew any more than this. In Xian Wuji's eyes, Lin Ming was a resolute individual who killed with decisiveness. He had one weakness, and that was that he cared too much for the safety of his friends and family. This could be seen from when Lin Ming had gone to rescue Qin Xingxuan. Xian Wuji had already taken this point into consideration, and that was why he clung so tightly to the giant Leviathan. Those within were equal to his lifeblood. He believed that as long as he could capture Mu Chenyu and the others, then he could force Lin Ming to appear. Lin Ming, no matter what secret you have, I will find it. Xian Wuji clenched his fists, his mouth curving up in a brutal smile. At that time, 200,000 miles away, at Divine Phoenix Island. After the South Sea Demon region had looted Divine Phoenix Island, the entire land had become a dump. When Lin Ming returned to the Sky Spill continent, he had rushed into Divine Phoenix Island, killing the elder stationed there even as all the little minions fled away. Now, the entire Divine Phoenix Island was a lonely and desolate land. Nowadays, Divine Phoenix had become a gathering place for wild birds and beasts. They nested in the ruined buildings and the land was blighted with barren shrubs and the remnants of destruction. As the sea breeze blew over, the weeds swayed in the air, as if they were testifying to the once great magnificence of Divine Phoenix Island. Lin Ming took step by step through the abandoned land. In front of him was a dilapidated building. There, on the roof, a group of crows and seabirds fluttered about. Because Divine Phoenix Island was a spiritual land, the vegetation, birds, and beasts all grew and bred at an extremely fast pace. Passing through these broken buildings, Lin Ming came to an empty valley. He carefully extended his perception, exploring his entire surroundings. This valley was the most precious treasure of the entire Divine Phoenix Island, the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. This mystic realm had been left behind by the ancient Phoenix clan, and it was also the very source of Divine Phoenix Island's spiritual vein. As for how long ago the ancient Phoenix clan had existed, how glorious they had been, what sort of magnificent history they'd had, or how powerful a martial arts civilization they'd had, all of this had long been lost to time. But what Lin Ming was absolutely sure of was that the ancient Phoenix clan was in no way inferior to those from the realm of the gods. It was even possible that they had come here from the realm of the gods. I wonder why the ancient Phoenix clan came to Sky Spill Continent. Did they ever come into contact with that mysterious existence within the eternal demon abyss? Lin Ming muttered to himself. He felt that 100,000 years ago, the area in Sky Spill Continent's history which was completely blank, there must have been some heaven-shaking secrets involved. Lin Ming shook his head, no longer thinking about this. Soon, he arrived at the array formation of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. In the end, Xian Wuji had not left the deep sea area. This decision hadn't surprised Lin Ming. Xian Wuji was an ambitious and cruel individual of the demonic path. Everything he had done or would ever do was in order to pursue greater strength. Even the South Sea Demon region was one of Xian Wuji's many chess pieces to reach higher peaks of power. If the South Sea Demon region would still be in its most prosperous state, then Xian Wuji might care a little bit about it. But now, the current South Sea Demon region was only a peak 4th grade sect without Xian Wuji. To him, it was simply nothing. If Xian Wuji didn't leave, then Lin Ming could only defeat him with his own strength. But now, he had just broken through to the middle revolving core realm and had also opened the second of the 8 inner hidden gates. It would be extremely difficult to greatly increase his strength in a short period of time in order to deal with Xian Wuji. In this sort of situation, Lin Ming had thought of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. In a person's life, they could only enter the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm twice. The last time Lin Ming had entered, he had been thrust into the general level smelting trial, finally fully completing it. But this time, Lin Ming's goal was clear. That was the King level smelting trial. Chapter 716 Warriors of the Ancient Phoenix Clan. Chapter 716 Warriors of the Ancient Phoenix Clan. After opening up the surrounding protective array formation of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, Lin Ming walked into the valley where the Mystic Realm was locked in. Here were also the words that Mu Chenyu had left behind. Thundercrash Mountain, Nameless Cave, 10 years' time, the appointed meeting. Even though he had already reunited with Mu Chenyu, seeing these words still filled him with emotion. After clearing up his feelings, Lin Ming followed the rules of the spell that he had learned from Mu Yuhuang, and then began to open up the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm a bit at a time. The last time he had entered into the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, it had taken the collaborative efforts of Mu Yuhuang and Mu Tianguang. Now, Lin Ming was able to do so by himself. Forming different array formation symbols with both hands, energy vibrated, accompanied by the distant sound of wind and thunder. The surrounding heaven and earth origin energy began to crazily surge, forming a twisting, black vortex in the air. This vortex constantly spun, finally turning into a black hole, wide enough for him to step into. After stabilizing the entrance, Lin Ming stepped inside. In an instant, Lin Ming's surroundings went pitch black before splashing with color again. Lin Ming had finally returned to the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. In front of Lin Ming was endless red desert, interspersed with rocks. The ground was barren, and in between the rocks, flowing rivers of lava churned. The rivers glowed red from heat, and as the lava slowly flowed, massive bubbles burbled up from deep underground, making muffled sounds as they released the smell of suffocating sulfur. But behind Lin Ming, there was an endless field of ice that extended to the horizons. Blizzards howled, and massive towers of ice spiked the ground, shimmering with a chilling radiance. Lin Ming was familiar with the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. The last time he had come to the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, these lands of fire and ice were considered a great trial. But to the current Lin Ming, these trials of fire and ice were nothing at all. Time was of the essence. Lin Ming launched into his movement technique and rushed into the vast land of lava. This crimson land was filled with all sorts of lucky chances. But these lucky chances were not important to Lin Ming. Flying with golden rock shattering the void, the scenery around him rapidly changed. Soon, Lin Ming arrived at the ancient Phoenix Great Temple. The ancient Phoenix Great Temple was constructed from dark red rock. It reached into the sky, and all around the Great Temple were various sorts of sculptures and totems. After the entrance opened, Lin Ming followed the familiar path in, coming to a grand jade platform. He placed the key in and then dripped his blood on it. In the next moment, Lin Ming was enveloped in a warm light. Then, in a few breaths of time, he was transported to a completely closed chamber. This chamber was filled with all sorts of murals and totems. The last time he had come here, Lin Ming had fought against a fuzzy red people, engaging in a fierce gauntlet of battle before finally meeting the temple spirit that guarded the ancient Phoenix Great Temple. But this time, as Lin Ming stepped in, the temple spirit immediately appeared. Energy coalesced into the image of a face, like a translucent ghost. The ghost said, "Trial Challenger, I am the temple spirit, and I protect this realm. We have met before." The temple spirit was part of the stone spirit race and also the guardian of the ancient Phoenix Great Hall. It had a lifespan as long as the rocks themselves. "Sir Temple Spirit, I apologize for disturbing you from your slumber. The reason that I come to the ancient Phoenix Great Temple is to participate in the king-level smelting trial. Also, I only have 6 months of time. If it's impossible to pass this trial in 6 months of time, then I would rather choose not to enter," Lin Ming calmly said as he looked at the temple spirit. Half a year was already a very tight timeline. His current strength was incomparable to when he completed the final general-level smelting trial, but correspondingly, the king-level smelting trial was also much harder. It would be at least several times more difficult than the general-level trial. It was hard to say whether or not he could complete it in half a year. King-level smelting trial? The temple spirit thought for a moment. "Trial Challenger, after you placed a drop of blood onto the jade platform, the result of your bloodline test was only at the peak of the general level." Lin Ming frowned. Before, after having passed through the final general-level smelting trial, he had obtained a drop of ancient phoenix blood as a reward. However, 1 drop was simply too low. Whether it was the blood of the ancient phoenix or the blood of the true dragon, both of them were extremely useful when Lin Ming's comprehensive combat strength was still weak. But now, after becoming that much stronger and reaching a level at which he could contend with a life-destruction powerhouse, these different bloodlines were only able to offer him limited strength. The reason was because the quantity was simply too low. According to Demonshine's words, there were certain god-beast clans within the realm of the gods where half their blood came from a god-beast. For a genius to be birthed in such a family, their degree of talent was unimaginable. "Sir Temple Spirit, I remember that the last time I entered the ancient Phoenix Great Temple, besides the bloodline test, I also fought red figures in a chamber, finally earning the right to enter the general-level smelting trial through my results there. How come that isn't possible this time?" Lin Ming was very self-aware of the power of his own bloodline. Even after obtaining the rewards from the general-level smelting trial, they still weren't able to compare with those that could enter the king-level smelting trial. Thus, the only thing he could rely on was his own comprehensive talent in all other aspects. Within the world of martial arts, this so-called comprehensive talent wasn't one's martial talent, but rather one's integrated combat strength in comparison to their age. This was the standard method of evaluation of a genius. In this aspect, Lin Ming had complete confidence in himself. That is the qualification test for the general-level smelting trial. The qualification test for the king-level smelting trial is much stricter. The temple spirit said without the slightest hint of emotion. "Much stricter? That also exists." Lin Ming noted the subtext to the temple spirit's words. He guessed that the ancient Phoenix clan also had extraordinary talents, however, They lacked bloodline purity and richness. If they couldn't participate in the king-level smelting trial just because of a deficiency in their bloodline, then that would just be too unfair. Yes, but it is a life-or-death smelting trial. The mortality rate is extremely high. Failure means death. Life-or-death smelting trial? Lin Ming's eyes widened. He never thought that the screening requirements would be so harsh for the ancient Phoenix clan's royal family. Then again, after thinking of it some more, the animal kingdom was also the same. The royal family enjoyed far more privileges and resources, thus the test they faced would also be that much stricter. Once they failed, that would mean death. This was all to ensure that the royal family remained absolutely formidable. Otherwise, they would just be the same as all the other clansmen. What right did they have to be part of the royal family? With a light breath, Lin Ming unwaveringly said, "I can." The temple spirit glanced at Lin Ming. "Your bloodline concentration is far different compared to the true royal family. The difficulty of the smelting trial is also very high." "Are you sure?" "I am." Lin Ming gripped his fists together. Even if it weren't because of Mu Qianyu, Lin Ming would still have returned to the ancient Phoenix Great Temple to attempt the king-level smelting trial. The life of a martial artist was filled with difficult choices. If he had the chance to choose, he would always choose to blaze forward. "Good, then it shall be as you wish." The temple spirit's figure gradually rose up as it finished speaking. It ascended 100 feet into the air, looking down at Lin Ming. "Trial challenger, in this battle you must now face the heroic souls of the ancient Phoenix clan. They had once participated in the ancient Phoenix clan's king-level smelting trial. These are the most outstanding soldiers of the royal family. Now, through the recorded memories of the ancient Phoenix Great Temple, they will be restored to their original form. If you defeat them, then you will obtain the qualifications to enter the true king-level smelting trial. However, defeat means death." As the temple spirit's voice faded, Lin Ming saw that 100 feet in front of him a haze-red phantom began to emerge from thin air. Lin Ming's mind went numb. Past soldiers of the royal family? He never imagined that he would actually fight with them in this manner. Slowly extracting the long spear from his spatial ring, Lin Ming's heart blazed with a brilliant fighting spirit. He wondered, tens of thousands of years ago, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, at a time when the history of the Sky Spill continent is completely unknown, just what level did those martial artists reach? What sort of cultivation methods did they train in? He could discover them in this battle. The red phantom slowly solidified, eventually turning into a tall man holding into a dark red spear. His eyebrows were straight, and he had a handsome appearance. His chin tapered to a point, giving him a somewhat beautiful flavor. At the same time, the man's presence was imposing, dominating, as if he were a model carved from jade. First opponent of the smelting trial qualification test. Ancient Phoenix clan, Nguyen family, fourth cousin of the 6th Crown Prince, general of the Firecloud Battalion, Nguyen Yu. Above the ancient Phoenix Great Temple, a flat voice resounded, informing Lin Ming who his opponent had once been. Nguyen family? Firecloud Battalion General? Listening to this, the ancient Phoenix clan seemed to be comprised of many families and factions, and the Nguyen family was just one of these. What sort of combat strength did the Firecloud Battalion reach? What cultivation were their soldiers? Lin Ming lifted his spear, his heart inexplicably filled with yearning and desire for the ancient Phoenix clan from hundreds of thousands of years ago, wondering just what that army looked like. When he saw the murals and images within the ancient Phoenix Great Temple, the normal soldiers had ridden vermilion birds and blue wands. Not just that, but those saint beasts had been far more formidable than those from Divine Phoenix Island. In such a war, how great and magnificent a scene it would have been. After Nguyen Yu fully formed into reality, he held his long spear, pointing it straight at Lin Ming. The soldiers of the ancient Phoenix clan often had to ride vermilion birds and other saint beasts into battle, thus a majority of them used long polearms. For instance, the spear, halberd, and lance were all extremely common. This was completely different from the current Divine Phoenix Island that primarily used swords. Revolving core cultivation? Lin Ming discovered that Nguyen Yu's cultivation was only at the revolving core realm. But, as to what boundary this revolving core realm actually reached, he found it difficult to guess. This was likely due to the differences in physique and training from those martial artists of the Sky Spill continent. There is no one in the Sky Spill continent who can give off such pressure with just a revolving core cultivation. I wonder just how old this Nguyen Yu was before he left behind this recorded phantom. If he was just in his 20s, then that would truly be terrifying. Lin Ming's expression turned solemn, his eyes filling with fighting spirit. Ever since he had broken through to the revolving core, this was the first time he had stood opposite another heroic young elite who was comparable to him. Swish. Without a word, Nguyen Yu thrust his spear at Lin Ming. All of the fire origin energy of the world was stirred up by this spear, forming a phantom ancient phoenix that flapped its wings, shooting towards Lin Ming. The phantom hadn't arrived, but a sweltering heat wave had already reached him. Come on. Lin Ming's eyes erupted with a fierce fighting spirit. Against such an enemy, he didn't have any thoughts of holding back. From the very start he had opened the heretical god force, as well activating the death god force field and Azura force field. Chasing sun. A spear thrust out. This spear contained the concept of fire. This was a collision of concepts. Lin Ming wanted to see just how far off his own concept of fire was compared to those young elites of the ancient Phoenix clan. Bang! Nguyen Yu's ancient Phoenix phantom was pierced through by Lin Ming's spear, but Lin Ming's spear light was also melted away by those feverish flames. Both strikes disappeared into thin air, evenly matched. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. He knew that just in terms of concepts he had already lost. The only reason he had been able to block that strike just now was because his battle spirit had been infused into his attack. Chapter 717, Qualify. Chapter 717, Qualify. In the skies above the battlefield, the temple spirit indifferently gazed on at everything happening beneath him. After all, the temple spirit was an existence that lacked all normal human sentiment. It was not surprised, nor did it exclaim aloud. It only felt it unusual that Lin Ming, whose cultivation was at the middle revolving core realm, was able to form a bronze-level elementary stage battle spirit, infinitely close to reaching small success. Perhaps he really might have the qualifications to enter the true king-level smelting trial. As the temple spirit thought this, it blankly stared on. Whether Lin Ming earned the qualifications or died, the temple spirit would never show regret or joy. It simply held the attitude of a spectator, bearing witness to all. Bang! On the battlefield, Nguyen Yu and Lin Ming fiercely collided. Nguyen Yu was tossed back hundreds of feet, his body shaking as if the energy that formed him was about to dissipate at any second. I see. That attack just now really consumed a great deal of energy. Lin Ming discovered that the phantom reproduction of Nguyen Yu had an extremely limited amount of energy. Every bit less was energy that the phantom would never recover. In just a few intense collisions, half of Nguyen Yu's figure already vanished. Lin Ming twirled his long spear, stepping atop golden rock, shattering the void as he instantly appeared in front of Nguyen Yu. A spear shot out, containing the concept of thunderfire. Penetrating rainbow. Catcher. The energy-formed spear in Nguyen Yu's hand was directly cut in half, and a chunk of his arm was ripped off by Lin Ming's attack, turning into sparkling starlight that vanished. After losing a part of his arm, Nguyen Yu was no longer able to withstand Lin Ming. Lin Ming's spear thrust through his throat, and Nguyen Yu vanished in a blaze of radiant light. I won. Lin Ming took several deep gulps, catching his breath as he stirred the black hole revolving core in his dantian to absorb the rich heaven and earth origin energy around him. That Nguyen Yu just now had left a deep impression on Lin Ming. If it weren't for the fact that the phantom copy had a limited amount of energy, if the fight had continued, Lin Ming would have had to pay a heavy price even if he won. The extraordinary heroic elites of the ancient Phoenix clan are truly formidable, especially in their understanding of concepts. In that aspect alone, I am far inferior to them. Lin Ming shook his head. His perception wasn't bad, but as his cultivation and strength constantly improved, he began to find that his perception was becoming a weakness of his. After Nguyen Yu's phantom dissipated, A new phantom quickly coalesced in front of Lin Ming. The phantom held a long war lance. Flaming red hair ran down his shoulders and a sharp light shined in his eyes. With a single glance, he could see that hundreds of thousands of years ago, this man was once a dragon amongst humans. The second opponent of the smelting trial qualification test. Ancient Phoenix clan, Nguyen family, second son of the sixth prince, Vanguard General Nguyen Hua. This Nguyen Hua appeared to be around 20 to 30 years of age. As for exactly how old he was, it was difficult to estimate. In the ancient Phoenix clan's king-level smelting trial qualifier, matches were arranged according to the trial challenger's age. The older the challenger, the stronger the opponents they had to face. Nguyen Hua lifted his left hand, and with a sizzling spark, flames combusted, coalescing into a fire shield. On Nguyen Hua's body, flames lingered on his skin. After several breaths of time, these little flames turned into countless small scales that covered him, forming a complete set of armor. With this, Nguyen Hua's entire body was protected. These scales burned a deep red. As they covered his body, they seemed like completely separate entities. On top of the scales were even mystical runes. These were naturally formed textures after the fires solidified into material from flame shield, flame armor. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. This was a technique that was recorded within the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicles. Within the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, there were recorded methods on how to form such objects as chains out of fire. Lin Ming had also casually learnt these skills, but because of the limits in the cultivation method and the strength and durability of the flame-formed chains were inadequate. As Lin Ming broke through to the Hutian realm and Xiantian realm, he slowly stopped using these minor techniques. But now, as Lin Ming saw the flame scales and flame shield on Nguyen Hua's body, he could clearly feel the energy there that was compressed to an extremely terrifying degree. It was absolutely startling. Was this a high-level application of the concept of fire? Lin Ming took a deep breath. In these past few years, he had invested the majority of his time and energy into understanding and polishing the concept of space. As for the concept of fire and the concept of thunder, he had temporarily put those on hold. Lin Ming was well aware that as a martial artist reached a higher boundary, the more important it became to utilize things such as battle spirits, laws, and their corresponding concepts, abilities that one comprehended from touching upon the source of principles. Only the worst of all martial artists would depend on just their cultivation to fight. The more concepts one comprehended, the more combat strength and flexibility one would have. Although it was possible to bite off more than one could chew, when one reached the divine sea boundary and above, it was possible to have thousands upon thousands of years of life. This was more than enough time to understand these things. Thus, it was always a good idea to lay down an early foundation. Whoosh! Nguyen Hua's lance thrust out and all of the surrounding fire origin energy was thrown in turmoil, completely overwhelming as it came enveloping down on Lin Ming. Against such a lance attack, Lin Ming didn't counterattack first. Instead, he touched his mind upon the heretical god force, relying on his powerful soul force and perception to analyze the mysteries behind Nguyen Hua's attack. Chasing Sun. When Lin Ming was covered in fire, he finally made his counterattack. Peng! Flames showered. Lin Ming flew out of the explosion, his hair charred and clothes smoking. In that quick exchange of moves, even though Lin Ming's spear strike contained his battle spirit, it still wasn't enough to make up for the disparity. Fortunately, Lin Ming wasn't injured thanks to his astounding defensive ability. Even so, some of the power of fire crept into his meridians, recklessly dashing about before the suppressive force of the heretical godseed came crashing down upon it. But the power of this flame wisp was much hardier and stubborn than Lin Ming had imagined. Even with the heretical god force tamping it down, it was still extremely violent and wild. It would take a short period of time before it was fully suppressed. This was the first time that the heretical godseed had encountered such a situation. Lin Ming certainly didn't think that the heretical god force arcane skill was insufficient in grade, but rather that his own realm was lacking. Compared to Nguyen Hua, his comprehension in concepts was far too poor. Trying to steal a glance at the concept of fire in the midst of a fight. In the sky over the battlefield, The temple spirit indifferently watched everything happening below it. The king-level smelting trial qualifier is extremely difficult. It is already a life-or-death battle, so you had better be careful. Don't lose your life just for a chance of comprehending something beyond you. In the temple spirit's opinion, if Lin Ming concentrated too much on comprehending certain things in this battle, then he wouldn't be able to fight with his full strength, thus having a situation just now where he had lost. In a battle between masters, any sort of hesitation like this was dangerous. I appreciate the advice. Lin Ming never intended to change his plans to begin. If he wanted to gain insights into this concept during battle, it would naturally consume a great deal more energy, he might even be injured. However, he had faith in his own endurance and defensive ability. If the situation took a turn for the worse, it wouldn't be too late to fully commit to the battle. Bang bang bang. With every exchange of moves, Lin Ming constantly gained insight from Nguyen Hua's concept of fire. Within his body, the heretical god seed began to absorb more and more power of fire. Under the confines of the heretical god force, this power of fire formed a crimson sphere that revolved near the heretical god seed together with the heretical god flame essence. However, it was impossible for the heretical god flame essence to absorb this power simply because the difference in level was too high. Although Nguyen Hua seemed as if he held the complete advantage, there was still a limited amount of energy within his body. After 10 moves, his voice began to fade away. After 5 more moves, Lin Ming's spear cut off Nguyen Hua's arm. A section of flame armor and the flame shield fell into Lin Ming's hands. Gently feeling the shield with his fingers, Lin Ming sensed the traces of energy contained within. In this shield, it seemed as if the fire origin energy had a mind of its own. It was a structure of energy formed with countless tiny runes. Regardless of what direction an attack came from, this structure would be able to disperse the impact of the strike, ultimately absorbing the remnants of that attack with the flame energy. This flame law is truly amazing. Nguyen Hua's attack came once again. Lin Ming was no longer able to divide his attention in battle to study the subtle structures within this shield. With a counterattack of his spear, Nguyen Hua's phantom was killed, his body scattering into energy. The flame shield in Lin Ming's hand also vanished in a burst of fire, making him feel extremely regretful. After Nguyen Hua, new matches appeared, all from the Nguyen family. Lin Ming began to suspect that only the ancient Phoenix clan members from the Sky Spill continent were surnamed Nguyen. Perhaps the ancient Phoenix clan of the Sky Spill continent was only a tiny branch of the ancient Phoenix clan from the realm of the gods. The battles became increasingly intense. Lin Ming was already unable to discreetly study the concept of fire in battle, otherwise he wouldn't be able to continue. After being swept up in the aftermath of his opponent's flames, Lin Ming thrust out his spear at this 5th opponent, killing him. But then, 2 crimson phantom images appeared in front of him. Nguyen family left guard general, Nguyen Daily. Nguyen family right guard general, Nguyen Zun. 1 against 2. Lin Ming's expression became solemn. Although his opponents had limited energy, having to face continuous fights in an ever-changing battle was still very hard on the trial challenger's energy consumption. If it weren't for the gate of healing supporting Lin Ming, he absolutely couldn't have made it to this stage. The ancient Phoenix clan's king-level smelting trial is truly strict in its requirements. This is also only the ancient Phoenix clan's Nguyen family. I wonder what would happen if it were different races or clans. Lin Ming was well aware that there was no limit in this universe. There was always a higher peak. This was common sense. With his current talent, he far exceeded anyone in the ancient or current times of the Sky Spill continent and Holy Demon continent. But, in Demonshine's words, there were 3,000 boundless worlds, meaning that there were at least another billion worlds out there, all like the Sky Spill continent. Just being able to dominate a world like that didn't mean much at all. Lin Ming no longer bothered to gain insights into the concept of fire. He completely concentrated on this battle as he preserved his energy. Lin Ming's strongest strength lay in his endurance. Even if he had to fight multiple enemies, it would still be difficult to wear him down. In addition, he also had an astounding physical defense capability. And with the support of the heretical god seed, Lin Ming held a completely disparate advantage when it came to defending against fire energy. Like this, Lin Ming continued fighting. 6th match. 7th match. 8th match. When the 10th match came, Lin Ming's opponent was a minor prince of the ancient Phoenix clan. This prince was several times stronger than his previous opponents. The prince wielded a golden halberd, and his control of fire was dizzying in its wonder. From the very start, Lin Ming had fallen into the inferior position. After continuous collisions, he forcefully relied on the heretical god seed to control and defend against the flames. After 10 moves, the prince's energy gradually weakened, and then he was killed by Lin Ming. After defeating his 10th opponent, Lin Ming supported himself on the ground with his spear, his entire face dripping wet with sweat. His clothes were nearly burnt off, and his body was covered with minor burns and spear wounds. At this moment, he had already used up over half of his true essence. The temple spirit came floating down from the air. It calmly said, "Trial challenger, congratulations on obtaining the qualifications to enter the king-level smelting trial. Now, follow me." Chapter 718, A Shocking Trial Ground. Chapter 718, A Shocking Trial Ground. "I finally passed." Lin Ming let out a breath of relief. That test had not been easy at all. When Lin Ming had passed the general-level smelting trial, he had been young, thus the enemies he faced were correspondingly weaker. Even so, it had cost Lin Ming a massive amount of time to pass it, and if he hadn't brought enough vermilion bird blood essence with him, then it might have been nearly impossible to pass the smelting trial in any reasonable period of time. But now, Lin Ming's age and cultivation had risen. Facing the king-level smelting trial qualifier, it hadn't been as difficult to pass. This proved that the rate Lin Ming grew had exceeded the ancient Phoenix Great Temple's expectations of someone from the royal line. "Sir Temple Spirit, I have a question I would like to ask you. Those several successors and princes I fought, just how old were they?" This was the question that Lin Ming most wanted to ask. He desired to know how his talent compared to those geniuses of the ancient Phoenix clan and just what degree the disparity between them was. The temple spirit said, "Trial challenger, your skeletal age is at 21 years. The difficulty of your corresponding test should also be at the 21st rank. However, because your bloodline density is lacking, the true difficulty of your test was somewhat higher. Your matches were all 24 or 25 years old. They were all outstanding heroic elites of the ancient Phoenix clan's royal family. However, when their phantoms faced you, their energy and cultivation were also under heavy suppression. They were in no way at their peak condition. Thus, it is impossible to assess your talent in comparison to theirs." "I understand." Lin Ming wasn't too surprised by this. In the ancient Phoenix clan, their resources and talents were far from what the Skyspill continent could compare with. For instance, the Nirvana Dragon Root was a rare and precious heavenly treasure that all life destruction masters of the Skyspill continent would go stark mad for. However, thinking about it some more, that Nirvana Dragon Root was in truth some unwanted medicinal herb kept in the demon god Imperial Palace's medicine garden by the demon emperor before he ascended into the realm of the gods. Although its value had surged because of the tens of thousands of years that had passed, when it was truly contrasted to the great sects within the realm of the gods with incomparably vast legacies, it wasn't even worth mentioning. There might be some half-god beast bloodline genius out there, using medicines and pills daily with a value that far surpassed the Nirvana Dragon Root. What they trained in were high-level realm of the gods cultivation methods that were in no way inferior to Lin Ming's, and they would even have the guidance of old beings from the realm of the gods whose cultivation far surpassed that of the divine seas. Lin Ming didn't find it strange that there would be many such individuals whose own comprehensive talent even exceeded his own. Destiny was also a part of one's talent. For a martial artist to be born in a great sect of the realm of the gods, or perhaps even a holy land, that too was a part of their destiny. But for Lin Ming, although he originated from the lowliest of mortal backgrounds in one of the 3,000 boundless worlds, simply one of a trillion ants scurrying about, he still didn't believe that his destiny was any less than that of an outstanding young elite from a realm of the gods' holy land. This was because he had the magic cube. Although the current Lin Ming hadn't been able to perceive the secrets of the magic cube, he had a faint feeling that the magic cube might be one of the greatest treasures within the entire universe. As he grew stronger in the future, he would be able to unlock more and more of the magic cube's powers, bringing him that much closer to the peak of all martial arts. Trial Challenger, we are here. As the temple spirit spoke, the space around Lin Ming began to suddenly twist. A slight dizzying vertigo overcame him, and in the next moment he was sent up to a broad platform. This platform was shaped like a massive circle, at least 10 miles in diameter. On its surface, there were a variety of mysterious, ancient runes engraved within. These were clearly array symbols. However, what surprised Lin Ming was that he hadn't seen a good number of these array symbols before. Lin Ming believed that he was skilled in understanding ancient array formations, but facing the patterns and marks on this platform, nearly everything here was completely unknown, making him feel a bit helpless. Was this an array formation laid down by the ancient Phoenix clan? Sir Temple Spirit, are these the grounds for the king-level smelting trial? Lin Ming looked at the entire round platform. This platform emitted a simple, vast energy. It was startling. In addition to these mysterious, ancient runes, Lin Ming wouldn't be surprised if it was something similar to the 7 Profound Valleys 10,000 killing array. Of course, this ancient Phoenix Great Temple's array formation was like the difference between heaven and earth compared to that of the 7 Profound Valleys. However, the temple spirit shook its head and said, "This is not the site of the king-level smelting trial. Rather, it is the transmission altar that leads to the king-level smelting trial." The temple spirit's words were unhurried without any hint of emotion behind them. But as Lin Ming heard them, he was completely shocked. What? This was only a transmission array. A 10-mile-wide transmission array covered in countless mystic runes. Heavens! Where would such a transmission array lead to? In the broken world of the demon god Imperial Palace, Lin Ming had seen a massive, ancient transmission array that was hundreds of feet high with 108 grooves for true essence stones. With all sorts of array symbols covering it, it had been a large-scale array formation. That was the greatest transmission array Lin Ming had seen to date. But now, compared to this transmission array around him, it was absolutely overshadowed like an ant to an elephant. This array formation was 10 miles wide. Spreading out his perception, Lin Ming discovered dozens of fist-sized grooves around him. As for the transmission altar itself, that was 1,000 feet high. The entire altar seemed carved from burning red jade. Lin Ming had never seen this jade-like material, but he could feel the vibrant energy rolling off from it. This sort of transmission array. Lin Ming glanced at the temple spirit. If the demon god Imperial Palace's transmission array could send someone billions of miles away, then this transmission array could send someone trillions or even tens or hundreds of trillions of miles afar. Sir Temple Spirit, just where does this transmission array go to? If I can't complete the smelting trial in half a year, I would rather not enter, Lin Ming uneasily asked. If he went so far away, returning probably wouldn't be easy. Trial Challenger, I cannot guarantee when you will complete the smelting trial. The king-level smelting trial is considered one of the core cultivation resources of the ancient Phoenix clan, and is divided into several stages. You can only continue to the later stages if you complete the first stage of the smelting trial. Once you finish the first stage of the smelting trial, you may also return. But, as for how long it will take you, I cannot tell. What's the fastest time that a martial artist of the ancient Phoenix clan completed the trial? Lin Ming quickly asked. The fastest was 72 days. As the temple spirit spoke this number, even though its nature was that of indifference, there was still a trace of respect and reverence in its tone. 72 days was a terrifying number. 72 days, I understand. Since there were people that could complete the trial in 72 days, then Lin Ming was confident that even if he couldn't match that number, 3 months also wouldn't be a problem. The temple spirit shook its head and said, Trial Challenger, 72 days for completion of the trial is not an ancient Phoenix clan prince from my Nguyen family. That individual had a perfect Phoenix clan bloodline. That is, half of his bloodline came from humanity and the other half came from a phoenix. His perception, talent, none of that can be measured with common sense. Perhaps you might not even have the qualifications to pass the very first stage of the smelting trial in 72 days. Perfect Phoenix clan bloodline? Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. From the very first time he had stepped onto the road of martial arts, taking each step by step until he reached where he presently was, he was now finally able to approach those peak talents from the realm of the gods. Now, he would finally traverse the same path that the heroic young elites of the realm of the gods once tread, climbing towards the true peak of martial art. Everything had to restart from zero. The road was now underneath his feet. Lin Ming's entire body burned with a brilliant fighting spirit. If he didn't come into contact with the realm of the gods, then he would never see where the peak of all martial arts lay. I don't need to finish in 72 days. As long as I can pass within half a year, that's more than enough. Beam me up. Good. It shall be as you wish. As the temple spirit finished speaking, from above the skies of the massive altar, hundreds of fist-sized crystals slowly fell down, fitting themselves into the grooves of the altar. Lin Ming had never seen these red energy stones before. But from the energy fluctuations, he could sense that these crystals were incomparable to true essence stones or blood demon crystals. This was also within reason. In order to mobilize such a terrifyingly large transmission array, how could ordinary energy stones possibly be enough? These red crystals were absolutely priceless. If just the consumption to transmit a young elite was so high, then the training resources they received could be imagined. No wonder the ancient Phoenix clan held such strict requirements to qualify for the king-level smelting trial. In order to train a single member of the royal family, this required a massive amount of resources. Even with Lin Ming's talent, he still hadn't obtained the qualifications easily. Bang! The red crystals erupted with energy. The entire transmission altar suddenly shook as all of the array symbols upon it lit up in dazzling succession. A beam of fiery red light shot out from the altar, straight into the skies. As Lin Ming stood on the transmission array, he felt an endless and terrifying pressure fall over him with overwhelming force, suppressing him to a nearly unbearable degree. Heavenly Demon Force Field open. Lin Ming simultaneously released the Death God and Azura force fields. With their support, Lin Ming was just barely able to withstand this immense pressure. This secretly shocked Lin Ming. This transmission is truly extraordinary. If a normal Xiantian martial artist were to stand here, they would explode from the pressure. Bang! The transmission array suddenly trembled. More and more red energy surged forth, covering the entire altar. In the next moment, Lin Ming felt his body suddenly accelerate in a dizzying motion as the world spun around him. This acceleration was so sudden and fast that Lin Ming felt as though he would barf out his organs. Rays of red light wrapped around Lin Ming, the void shattered, and he was tossed into this incomparably chaotic space flow. Having experienced this scene previously, Lin Ming's eyes lit up. This was also an opportune time for him to further hone his concepts of space and time. The chaotic space flow that Lin Ming faced this time were even more violent and terrifying than before. But Lin Ming's strength had greatly increased from the past, and his understanding of the concept of space had reached a very deep degree. Even if he couldn't directly withstand the violent space flows, he still had ways to avoid it, ensuring that he would be safe. After soaring through this space flow for an unknown period of time, even someone with Lin Ming's endurance consumed 70 to 80% of his true essence. Finally, he felt his body shake as he was kicked out from the space channel. Then, Lin Ming was able to clearly gaze at the scene before him. This was the true king-level smelting trial. Lin Ming was thoroughly shocked. Prior to this, he had imagined many times just what the king-level smelting trial would be like. Perhaps it was similar to the 10,000 killing array, or the King's Cage, or maybe even the Road of Emperor, but he never thought it would be like this. This was actually a city filled with people. Chapter 719, Time-Worn Phoenix City. Chapter 719, Time-Worn Phoenix City. Right in front of Lin Ming was an incomparably vast and deep valley. Lin Ming stood right on the top of a cliff hundreds of thousands of feet high. The cliff walls were smooth like polished mirrors. If one didn't have the ability to fly, then perhaps even a revolving core martial artist would be unable to climb this. Looking down from the top of the cliff, he saw an endless mist of hazy clouds, extending off into the distant horizon for thousands of miles. But, within this fog, he could make out several mountains that were hundreds of thousands of feet high, towering into the heavens as if they were pillars supporting the vault of the world. A magnificent, crimson castle city was nestled within these mountains. Its walls were several hundred feet high, grand and majestic, and above the city massive flaming birds shuttled back and forth. On top of these flaming birds rode riders wearing scarlet sets of armor with lances in their hands. Besides these fiery birds, there was a massive spirit boat being ferried forwards by 10 golden crows, their bodies wreathed in flames. Each of these golden crows were much larger than the vermilion birds of divine Phoenix Island, their twin wings each extended 200 feet out and their backs wide enough to fit 10 people standing side by side. At this time, this massive spirit boat headed forwards into that giant, crimson castle city. As Lin Ming stood 100 miles outside, he could clearly hear the resounding cry of phoenixes, a melodious and valiant song that echoed endlessly between the heavens and earth. What a great divine city! Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. Although he already knew that outside of the Sky Spill continent there was the 3,000 boundless worlds as well as the even greater and more illusory, unattainable realm of the gods, knowing was one matter, seeing with his own eyes was another altogether. This scene was simply staggeringly breathtaking. It was only inferior to the phantom of the god-beast he had seen in the eternal demon abyss. As Lin Ming turned around, he saw that the temple spirit was following behind him, its form rippling like a watermark. Trial Challenger, this is time-worn Phoenix City. It is my Nguyen family's king-level smelting trial site. You may enter. Time-worn Phoenix City. Nguyen family. Lin Ming's eyebrows arched upwards. He asked the temple spirit, Sir Temple Spirit, the Nguyen family is only part of the ancient Phoenix clan. So would that mean that the other trial challengers of other clans and families are also converged within time-worn Phoenix City? The temple spirit replied, yes. So it was true. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath of cold air. If he wasn't wrong, then the Sky Spill continent's ancient Phoenix clan only comprised the Nguyen family branch. But, within the realm of the gods, there was the much greater true ancient Phoenix clan. There was even a possibility that the ancient Phoenix clan was a Holy Land rank influence within the realm of the gods. Come, I shall lead you into the city, the temple spirit said. Then, a blurry light wrapped around Lin Ming and they flew together towards that colossal city. After half an incense stick of time, Lin Ming arrived at the great castle city. As he reached the city gates, he saw that they were 1,000 feet high, and at the very top there were 3 massive golden words emblazoned on a huge signboard, Time-worn Phoenix City. These 3 words emanated an unbelievably inexhaustible and vigorous aura. Just looking at it made his mind blur. Even though Lin Ming was confident in the firmness of his own willpower and mind, he still didn't dare stare for too long. This sign. The temple spirit said, the above words on that signboard were personally written by the 3rd patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan. Within it is contained the root laws of all fire attribute energies. Normally, if a martial artist looks at it they will feel dazed. Even those who have formed a battle spirit are no exception. I see. Lin Ming was startled. It wasn't said which family clan this ancient Phoenix clan 3rd patriarch came from. It was possible that he was the 3rd patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan from the realm of the gods. It was hard to imagine just what boundary such a person would have reached. Come, let us enter, the temple spirit said before slowly floating forward. The great road leading to time-worn Phoenix City was over a mile wide. Along the way, there were a number of martial artists sporadically scattered about, all of them wearing red. In his black clothes, Lin Ming stuck out like a sore thumb. As Lin Ming sensed the cultivation of those young heroic elites he saw along the way, he was secretly surprised. Nearly all of them were at revolving core or even at life destruction. There were several who were at the Xiantian realm, but they were obviously under 20 years of age. They didn't break through to the Xiantian realm any later than Lin Ming. As Lin Ming arrived at the entrance to time-worn Phoenix City, a soldier dressed in fiery armor stopped him. Identify yourselves. Name and origin. At this time, the temple spirit fluttered down beside Lin Ming. It said without feeling, Ancient Phoenix Clan, Nguyen family protector from Sky Spill continent. The trial challenger's name is Nguyen Ming. Nguyen Ming? Lin Ming was startled before relaxing. He was a disciple of divine Phoenix Island, and he had also obtained the inheritance of a single blood drop of the ancient Phoenix from the ancient Phoenix Great Temple. He could at least be considered an honorary Nuyen family member. Nuyen family? The city gate guardsman showed a thoughtful expression. He took out a jade slip, glanced at it, and then said with some surprise and consternation, "The Nuyen family has not sent any fellow clansmen to the royal family smelting trial for 150,000 years. Yes, the temple spirit replied. Then, a simple token emerged out of thin air in front of it. The front of the token had the design of a phoenix in nirvana, and the back of the token and a single word written in the realm of the gods' language, Nuyen. The city gate guardsman looked at Lin Ming strangely. He then took the token and nodded. "You truly are of the Nuyen family line. You may enter." Lin Ming stepped into time-worn Phoenix City with the temple spirit. As Lin Ming formally entered the city, he felt a great vague pressure come pressing down on him. This caused all of the true essence within his body to immediately weaken by at least 20%. Looking up in the sky, he could see countless red clouds surging in the heavens, constantly forming a variety of mystical patterns that seemed as if they contained the endless profound principles of the universe. The fire origin energy here is too rich, too pure. Lin Ming gasped. He felt that what he breathed in was not air but the purest and most primal of fire origin energies. This fire origin energy perhaps shouldn't be described with the word rich. Rather, it was power that was closest to the law of fire. If I train here, it can't even be described as twice the result with half the effort. Lin Ming sighed with emotion. The great sects and holy lands of the realm of the gods were truly flush with resources, but as to what degree it was hard to consider with just his imagination. Now, seeing it with his own eyes, he could only sigh for the disparity that existed between the mortal world and the realm of the god. In time-worn Phoenix City, even if one didn't train, one would always be undergoing a baptism of fire energy, making the energy within their dantian even purer. If one supplemented this with cultivation, the ease of perceiving the law of fire could be imagined. Especially for the people here, they all had a formidable bloodline power. Their own compatibilities with the law of fire were extremely high to begin with. "Follow me, I shall bring you to the time-worn Phoenix City Protector. He will guide you to the first stage of the royal family smelting trial." Lin Ming followed the temple spirit to the Temple of Protectors. Along the way, they passed by many red-clothed young men and women. If any one of these people were placed in the Sky Spill continent, then they would be existences that Duanmu Kun, Feng Shen, and Lan Xin wouldn't be able to compare with by far. "These people all come from the realm of the gods?" Lin Ming asked. "No." The temple spirit shook its head. "Most of these people come from similar mortal worlds like the Sky Spill continent. Only a small portion of them come from the realm of the gods. The realm of the gods is an incomparably broad land. But there are even more people within it. When someone decides to practice martial arts, their lifespan will become longer, and the number of descendants they leave behind will swell in number. After a long time, even the near unlimited resources of the realm of the gods would find it hard to support such a great number of people. At times, there will be some branch families of certain sects and clans that will pass through space cracks, entering into the lower mortal realm where they settle down. The ancient Phoenix clan within the Sky Spill continent was in this situation. As the temple spirit spoke, Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened. So that's how it was. Humanity's ability to multiple was truly terrifying. If a martial artist lived for 10,000 years, they could have dozens or even hundreds of children. These children would have their own children, and then the rate of population would increase exponentially. Quickly, a sect's spiritual land would not be able to bear this. At that point, it would be a wise choice for a branch of that sect to settle down in the world of mortals. So, the Sky Spill continent ancient Phoenix clan's Nuyen family was also the same? Lin Ming had never understood why various ancient ruins from the realm of the gods had appeared within the Sky Spill continent. For instance, the divine Phoenix mystic realm, Road of Emperor, Eternal Demon Abyss, or even the various array formations of the demon god Imperial Palace, all of them came from the realm of the gods. Yes. Once upon a time, the Sky Spill continent also had a brilliant and storied past. Although it was not comparable to the realm of the gods, it still had its moments of magnificence. As the temple spirit spoke to hear, it seemed reluctant to keep talking. Lin Ming also didn't want to push the subject. He had a faint feeling that 100,000 years ago, a time at which the history of the Sky Spill continent had been wiped out, it also had something to do with the fall from brilliance that the temple spirit had implied in its words. Lin Ming had long thought something was strange. Although ancient texts could last thousands of years at most, the large sects should have methods to preserve their history. For instance, specially crafted jade slips. It shouldn't have been possible for everything that happened 100,000 years ago to suddenly vanish. I wonder what the matter with the eternal demon abyss is. There are obviously life forms from the realm of the gods that reside there. Above the eternal demon abyss there are also the Road of Emperor, King's Cage, and the 12 sky-split towers. All of that should have been built by those existences within the eternal demon abyss. But why did they do that, and why had they retreated to the eternal demon abyss and never left? Is this related to the fall from glory that happened 100,000 years ago? Lin Ming remembered that tens of thousands of years ago, there was a massive, beastly claw that emerged from the eternal demon abyss, instantly killing 12 emperor-level powerhouses. He also remembered that ancient great beast he had seen in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Its body had spanned for thousands of miles. And there was even that goddess in her tomb sleeping, unblemished and undisturbed for all those years. Without a doubt, these were not mysteries that should exist in the Sky Spill continent or Holy Demon continent. What kind of secret was there in the eternal demon abyss? Lin Ming felt that he had just glimpsed the very tip of the iceberg. Well, at least he now knew generally how the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm and Eternal Demon Abyss had come about. We're here. This is the Hall of Protectors. Trial Challenger, I shall wait for you here until you have completed the first stage of the trial or are eliminated. Perhaps you might even die. The temple spirit finally stopped at a red-domed building that was hundreds of feet high. On the very top of the dome, there was a massive statue of a phoenix, its wings spread out in flight as if it were a living creature trapped there in time. You may enter. Thank you, Sir Temple Spirit. Lin Ming took a deep breath and walked into the flame-hued Hall of Protectors. In the deserted corridors, his footsteps echoed loudly. Chapter 720, Ancient Phoenix Totem. Chapter 720, Ancient Phoenix Totem. Within the Temple of Protectors, Lin Ming saw several red-clothed martial artists milling around in the main hall. The majority of them were humans, but there were also some Fae and other races. They all had different surnames and origins, yet, they all shared a single common ground, and that was that they all had the bloodline of the ancient phoenix. Are you new? As Lin Ming stepped in, a red-clothed martial artist walked up to greet him, speaking with the common language of the realm of the gods. Where are you from? Sky Spill Continent, Nuyen Family's Nuyen Ming. Lin Ming replied. Sky Spill Continent. So you're also from the world of mortals. Me too. Ha ha ha, let me introduce myself. I am from the Yellowright family, Yellowright Minute. The diminutive red-clothed martial artist smiled with a sense of warmth and camaraderie when he heard Lin Ming was also from a mortal world. Lin Ming discovered that on Yellowright Min's chest, there was a badge there with the word Yellowright written on it, surrounded by burning flames. Within the hall, everyone else had badges on their chest too, labeling and displaying their respective families and clans. But, near the center of the hall, there was a group of 6 young martial artists that seemed slightly different from the others. They clustered into an isolated group, completely ignoring the other martial artists around them. Heh, those 6 fellows are from the realm of the gods. Yellowright Minute noticed where Lin Ming's eyes were and he curled his lips in disgust. He said with a true essence sound transmission, those realm of the gods fellows all have an ingrained sense of superiority, so they stay in their little clique and don't bother conversing with the rest of us. They think that their status compared to ours is the same as nobles compared to commoners. Yellowright Min's voice held an obvious hint of irony as if he viewed these 6 people with a great deal of disdain. Realm of the gods. Lin Ming's eyes widened. Coming from the realm of the gods doesn't mean all that much. Yellowright Minute shook his head. This time-worn Phoenix City is also located in the lower realms. In the realm of the gods, there are special royal family smelting trial sites. If they were truly the top talents of the Phoenix clan, then there's no way they would have come here.
Oh.
Lin Ming was startled. So you're saying that this time-worn Phoenix City is not the ancient Phoenix clan's best trial area? I heard that time-worn Phoenix City's signboard was personally written by the third patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan? Well, yes, that's right, but that's because the third patriarch also came from the lower realms and he completed his royal family smelting trial at time-worn Phoenix City. The most outstanding heroic youths of our lower worlds of mortals aren't necessarily much worse than those from the realm of the gods. Come, let me introduce you to the others. As Yellowright Minute spoke, he led Lin Ming around to meet some of the other martial artists from the mortal world. This is Man Ka, his from the Kobe Star, and this is Wu Yuan, his from the Sky Cicada continent. The few people that Yellowright Minute introduced generally nodded coolly at Lin Ming. All of these individuals were the most favored children of heaven in their own worlds. It wasn't strange for them to be prideful. Rather, it was Yellowright Minute whose jovial nature was different from everyone else. Lin Ming didn't mind. He secretly noted down everyone's age and cultivation. Nearly everyone here was under 25 years old, and they all had a cultivation around the life destruction realm. From each of them, Lin Ming could feel the same powerful energy and aura. Anyone that could arrive here was not an ordinary elite of their generation. At this time, a slightly aged voice echoed out in the temple, "Everyone, head to the Ancient Phoenix Totem Training Ground." Ancient Phoenix Totem Training Ground? Lin Ming was surprised. He glanced over at Yellowright Minute. "Hey, it's finally time. You're quite lucky. Everyone else here had waited all day to enter the Ancient Phoenix Totem Grounds and to choose their own training area to comprehend the laws. You've made it just on time. This ancient Phoenix Totem is time-worn Phoenix City's treasure." As Yellowright Minute mentioned the ancient Phoenix Totem, his two eyes began to brightly shine. These totems were left behind by some unrivaled powerhouses of the Phoenix clan. Some of these totems were shaped in the primal chaos of the forming universe. These stone totems are known as treasures that can touch upon the very source of the great Tao. If you can thoroughly comprehend them, you can become someone within the entire realm of the gods with one of the deepest understanding of laws. One could become an individual with one of the deepest comprehensions of laws within the realm of the gods just by meditating on these totems. Lin Ming was a bit surprised. That seemed too exaggerated to him. What exactly are those primal forming chaos stone totems? Listening to Lin Ming's query, Yellowright Minute revealed a look of deep longing. In a respectful tone, he slowly said, "In the legends, before the universe was conceived, all there was in existence was chaos. The 3,000 boundless worlds and the realm of the gods hadn't yet formed. This is the so-called primal forming chaos. These stone totems are carved from the traces of source energy and principles during the time when the primal chaos was taking form. In time-worn Phoenix City, there are 3 of these primal forming chaos stone totems. Each one contains a trace of the root of all laws." Hearing Yellowright Min's explanation, Lin Ming was notably shocked. If this was true, then Yellowright Min's views from before weren't exaggerated at all. Would a primal chaos-carved stone forged in the beginning of the universe really be left behind in the lower world of mortals? Wouldn't the major forces of the realm of the gods be envious? In Lin Ming's view, these sorts of stone totems should only appear in the core training areas of a realm of the gods' holy land. Yellowright Minute said, "These stone totems, although they are extremely precious, aren't up to the specialized standards of the realm of the gods. The primal chaos of the forming universe was endlessly broad and limitless. There was an unending amount of source energy. Countless of these sorts of stone totems were shaped at that time. The 3 stone totems of time-worn Phoenix City are only a square foot in size. As for those stone totems in the realm of the gods' holy lands, they are far, far larger, and the inherent mystical principles contained within are even more profound." "I see," Lin Ming said with an understanding nod. "Thank you, Brother Yellowright." "Ha ha ha, we martial artists of the lower realms must mutually support each other." As Yellowright Minute and Lin Ming conversed, they finally made their way to the transmission array where the ancient Phoenix totem was. This was the center of the entire time-worn Phoenix City. Because of the limited resources and the massive amount of outstanding heroic elites, every round of meditation was only allowed to last for 3 days. The reason that Yellow Right Minute and the others had been waiting here was to be next in line. Within the ancient Phoenix Totem training grounds, a red-robed old man was already waiting there. As he saw all the young elites arrive, he said, "This is your first time coming to the ancient Phoenix Totem training ground. Here, there are a total of 35 ancient Phoenix Totem stones. All of you have 2 hours to choose which totem stone you would like. In order to prevent conflict of choice, all of you will be judged on your attainments in laws and concepts, and the ones with the highest comprehension will have the first choice. After you choose, everyone can enter their training area to meditate for 3 days. 3 days later, no matter what you have perceived or what result you have, you must leave. Now, let me give you some choice advice. The primal forming chaos stone totems are excellent, but if you wish to perceive them, it is simply impossible with your qualifications. Do not aim too high. Now, we shall start comparing comprehension of concepts to decide the priority of choosing. Chapter 721, Test of Laws. Chapter 721, Test of Laws. When the red-robed man spoke about comparing comprehension of concepts, all of the young elites' eyes present began to shine with a brilliant light. All of them were outstanding individuals of their generation, and they all had absolute self-confidence in their understanding of laws. When such extraordinary youths gathered together, it was natural for them to wish to outdo each other, all of them hoping to have a chance to show off their superior abilities. And this comparison of concepts was exactly the best opportunity to do so. Haha, a competition of comparing our concept of fire? I have complete confidence in this. Yellow Right Minute excitedly rubbed his palms together, as if he couldn't wait to start. All of the young elites present seemed eager to start. The red-robed old man didn't bother with any more small talk. He drew out a red picture scroll from his spatial ring. This picture scroll seemed to reveal an atmosphere that made one feel the vicissitudes of life. It was tied together with a simple red thread. That's the ancient Phoenix Testament. It truly is the ancient Phoenix Testament. I've only ever heard about it in my clan's ancient texts, but today, I've finally seen the real thing. A heroic elite's eyes shone. This ancient Phoenix Testament was left behind by a patriarch from the realm of the gods Phoenix clan just before he underwent nirvana. He had written several dozen of these pieces, but there shouldn't be more than 2 within time-worn Phoenix City. Besides the totem stones, these were the next most precious treasures. Hua! The red-robed old man unfurled the crimson picture scroll and a burning hot energy suddenly emanated outward. On the picture scroll, there was the image of a phoenix hidden within, twisting about as if it would escape the confines of the scroll at any moment. Who's first? Me. 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 Several young elites impatiently raised their hands, waving them about. You. The red-robed old man casually pointed at Yellow Right Minute. Yellow Right Min's face immediately filled with excitement. A chance to perceive the ancient Phoenix Testament was very rare. Stand before the ancient Phoenix Testament and comprehend the power of the laws within. I shall judge your individual comprehension, compatibility degree, as well as your attainments in the concept of fire. The final outcome shall be decided by me. Now, start. Yes, sir. Yellow Right Minute stepped forwards, his eyes rapidly widening as he stared steadily at the crimson picture scroll. After several breaths of time, it seemed as if he had fallen into a peculiar trance. Reflected in the pupils of his eyes, all sorts of enigmatic flaming lines began forming, smoldering with all kinds of profound principles. Yellow Right Minute stood in front of the ancient Phoenix Testament for 20-some breaths of time. Then, beside Yellow Right Minute, several weak orbs of light appeared. These tiny spots seemed very common, but Lin Ming could sense that they were made of the purest fire origin energy, an energy that approached the source of fire laws. After 10 more breaths of time, these pale orbs of light slowly converged into Yellow Right Min's body before vanishing out of sight. Yellow Right Minute shook, suddenly waking up from his stupor. Those brilliant reflections of fire in his eyes faded away, and he dripped with sweat as he gasped for breath in heaving gulps, his eyes filled with excitement. Too mysterious. Really too mysterious. If I could read this ancient Phoenix Testament, then I would definitely be able to understand the origin of all fire laws. Yellowright Min's face was filled with happiness and longing. There wasn't just one ancient Phoenix Testament. As long as his talent was high enough, then he would have the chance to enter the realm of the gods' Phoenix clan, and there he could perceive the other ancient Phoenix Testaments. When that time came, his comprehension of the concept of fire would reach an astoundingly high degree. 5 breaths of law fusion. The tiny amount of fire attribute source energy you absorbed is barely passable. Your result is second level, C grade, the red-robed elder said without any expression. Hearing the red-robed elder's evaluation, Yellowright Ming's burning heart suddenly cooled down with disappointment. The tiny amount of fire attribute source energy he had absorbed was just passable. This evaluation really stung Yellowright Min's ego. He had been very proud of his strengths in the comprehension of the concept of fire. In fact, he had even surpassed the potential of an emperor-level powerhouse, and none of his peers had ever been able to catch up to him. Yet his evaluation here today had been classified as just passable. 5 breaths of law fusion can only be considered subpar. Among the other young elites, a young man with scales between his eyebrows muttered, obviously looking down at Yellowright Min's results with disdain. Yellowright Min's face flushed. He was about to snap back when another man interrupted him. Stop fighting. Here, results are all that matter. I'll give it a go. The martial artist who had spoken was also from the lower realm of mortals. His name was Man Ka, and he originated from the Kobe star. Earlier, Yellowright Minute had introduced him to Lin Ming. Man Ka and Yellowright Minute might have come from 2 different worlds, but as martial artists who came from the lower realms, they naturally banded together when faced with a common opponent. Man Ka stood before the ancient Phoenix Testament and opened his eyes as wide as he could. For 4 breaths of time, he seemed to enter into some strange trance. Then, after another 30 breaths of time, a very weak fire energy formed around him. It slowly converged into his body. Man Ka shook, then awakening from his stupor. The red-robed man said, 4 breaths of meditation. With the small amount of fire source energy you absorbed, your comprehension of laws is barely above average. Your result is second level, B grade. Another second level evaluation. Ma Ka frowned, obviously not satisfied with his result. In the group from the realm of the gods, the man with red scales between his eyebrows faintly smiled. He said to a grinning, red-clothed young man beside him, "Hua Ping, why don't you go up and try?" "Haha, I didn't want to go on stage and embarrass myself, but if Brother Long asks me to, then I should humbly accept this opportunity." The red-clothed young man sounded modest, but his face was fully confident. His wide smile wasn't able to hide the obvious disdain he felt for the others. As he casually stood in front of the ancient Phoenix Testament, only 3 breaths of time passed before traces of fire lines and flaming clouds reflected in his pupils. Then, after another 30 breaths of time, all around the red-clothed youth, dozens of rice-sized orbs of luminescent red light appeared, flying into the red-clothed youth as if they were a swarm of birds. The red-clothed youth awoke from his meditation and said a bit breathlessly, "That felt great." 3 breaths of meditation, the little power of the fire source energy you absorbed can be considered just satisfactory. Have you looked upon the ancient Phoenix Testaments before? The red-robed old man calmly asked. His eyes were extremely sharp. He easily saw that this wasn't the red-clothed youth's first time reading the ancient Phoenix Testament. "Yes, sir. I saw it once, just 2 years ago," the red-clothed youth confidently said. He originated from the ancient Phoenix clan within the realm of the gods. It wasn't strange for him to have had a chance to have viewed the ancient Phoenix Testaments at some point. The red-robed old man said, "If this was your first time witnessing the ancient Phoenix Testament, then I would have just barely graded you at the first level, C grade. But now, you can only be considered at the second level, A grade." Hearing the red-robed old man's evaluation, all of young heroic elites from the lower realms, in particular Yellowright Minute and Man Ka, had extremely ugly complexions. Just a casual youth from the realm of the gods had embarrassed them both. The young heroic elites of the lower realms weren't convinced by this. They all came up one after another, and the result was that the majority of them were at the second level, C grade, with a small number of them making it through to the second level, B grade. Such results were truly shocking. All of these young heroic elites present had been peerless youths of their own generations. Now, for them to have such a result, all of them experienced acute mental anguish. Brother Nguyen, your comprehension of the concept of fire should also be good. How about you go up and give it a try? Yellow Right Minute tried to encourage Lin Ming to step forward. He was counting on Lin Ming to obtain some magnificent result. Lin Ming was also left a bit speechless. In the comprehension of concepts and laws, he had considered himself quite proficient. But that was only compared to the martial artists of the Sky Spill continent. If he had to compare himself to these geniuses from the ancient Phoenix clan, especially in the concept of fire that they all specialized in, then he was completely unsure of himself. He suspected that if he went up, the most he would obtain was a third-level C-grade result. Third-level B-grade didn't seem likely for him. Looks like I won't win the chance to choose first. Lin Ming shook his head. He didn't mind much. To each their own. What he received would be what he received, whether or not it was too extravagant. I'll also try. I haven't seen the ancient Phoenix testaments for a long time already. I wonder just what sort of result I'll have. After over 90% of the martial artists had finished, the youth with red scales between his eyebrows finally moved. He walked before the ancient Phoenix testament, casually standing there. Just seeing that man's face disgusts me, Yellow Right Minute said as he saw the youth's confident expression. But he also understood that since that youth was able to become one of the leaders amongst that group of 6 from the realm of the gods, he naturally had areas where he excelled. As the youth stood before the ancient Phoenix testament, his gaze suddenly focused. As he faced the ancient Phoenix testament, it was like he was facing a mortal enemy in a battle where life and death were on the line. Who? Within the temple, a burst of wind suddenly appeared out of thin air. The scales between the young man's eyebrows suddenly shined with a brilliant red line. Then, images of fire began to reflect within his pupils. 2 breaths of time. The red-robed old man that managed this test finally began to show some emotion. Any young elite who could start fusing the power of laws with just 2 breaths of time would be considered quite good, even within the realm of the god's central ancient Phoenix clan. The young man stood in front of the ancient Phoenix testament for a bit less than half an incense stick of time. Then, small bean-sized orbs of red light began to form, lighting up the temple as they wandered about like fireflies dancing in the night sky. When Yellow Right Minute saw this, even he had to admit that the difference between him and this red-scaled man was too great. The source energy this man had managed to condense was several times or even dozens of times what he had accomplished. After several breaths of time, these tiny lights rapidly flew into the red-scaled man's body. Then the man's body began to shimmer with a faint blood-red light. A moment later, he let out a light breath, but not exhausted on the ground, heaving in great breaths like Yellow Right Minute had been. Instead, he seemed refreshed, in a much more comfortable mood. Seeing this, Yellow Right Minute could no longer remain angry. Compared to this red-scaled youth, his own performance that he had been so excited about was probably no different from a country bumpkin messing around. It was no wonder that he had been looked down on by others. The disparity in origin was simply too difficult to make up. The martial artists from the lower realms were left with bad tastes in their mouths. This red-scaled youth had obviously looked at the ancient Phoenix testaments multiple times before this. As for them, this was their first time gazing upon it. There was simply no way to compare. This was the disparity of resources. 2 breaths of law fusion, the moderate amount of flame source energy you absorbed is indeed satisfactory. Your result is first level, B grade. The red-robed old man stroked his beard, smiling as he spoke. First level, B grade? All present couldn't help but be convinced from this. Besides this red-scaled man, none of the other martial artists had achieved a first-level result. Without incident, this should be the best result. Now, for those who haven't been tested yet, come up. The red-robed old man glanced over the remaining martial artists who hadn't yet come up for the test, among whom Lin Ming was included. Chapter 722, Perceiving the Source of Fire. Chapter 722, Perceiving the Source of Fire. Because the red-scaled youth's performance was too dazzling, there was an awkward silence for a time afterwards. No one wanted to try right after. "I'll give it a go too." With a clear sound, a woman dressed in red stepped in front of the ancient Phoenix Testament. She was also from the group of geniuses from the realm of the gods. She wasn't too beautiful, but she had a very dainty appearance. She serenely looked at the red-robed old man and said, "Realm of the gods Hua clan, Hua you. Okay. You may begin." The red-robed old man showed the ancient Phoenix Testament to the woman dressed in red. A sharp light shone in her eyes, and then an incomparably burning hot, crimson true essence suddenly erupted. In the next moment, flaming lines appeared in her pupils, a trace representation of the source of all fire principles. 2 breaths of time. She also took 2 breaths of time. The successive realm of the gods' martial artists had only taken 2 breaths of time to fuse with the fire attribute laws. None of the lower realm martial artists were exasperated by this though. The disparity between them was too obvious. The woman dressed in red took several dozen breaths of time, and then, rice-sized grains of red light appeared before sinking into her body. 2 breaths of time in meditation, a small amount of fire source energy absorbed. Your result is the first level, C grade. The red-robed old man said with a satisfied expression. For 2 new trial challengers to have a first-level comprehension was already a very good result. After 2 first-level results suddenly popped out from the realm of the gods group, the lower realm martial artists could only look at each other in blank dismay. For a long time, no one went on up. Going up now would only emphasize the great disparity between them. The pressure was just too great. If one couldn't achieve an eye-catching result, then one couldn't even hold their heads up anymore. Those martial artists from the realm of the gods had already all gone up. They happily looked over at the martial artists from the lower realms. The pressure on those martial artists who still hadn't gone to determine their talent was suddenly enormous. After several awkward breaths of time passed, Lin Ming moved towards the ancient Phoenix Testament. "Brother Nguyen, it's not too good if you go up now, the pressure is too great." Yellow Right Minute kindly reminded him. He didn't know how well Lin Ming comprehended the laws of fire, but he likely wouldn't be able to compare with those 2 monstrous geniuses from the realm of the gods. It doesn't matter. Lin Ming didn't care if others made fun of him. His concept of fire wasn't too impressive. Let alone his concept of fire, even his concept of space wasn't comparable to the others. His advantage lay in his dual cultivation of law and body, and his foundation that was solid to the extreme. As Lin Ming stepped forwards, everyone immediately looked at him. A boy from those lower realm dregs is coming up. Haha, if he has the courage to come up then he should have some skill. If he does well, he might reach the 2nd level, B grade. Maybe even 2nd level, A grade. Although those lower realm martial artists are mostly trash, there are occasionally 1 or 2 that are passable. If he can reach the 2nd level, A grade, then that's about the same as you. A realm of the gods martial artist teased Hua Ping. Hua Ping had been the first martial artist from the realm of the gods to go up. His evaluation had been at the 2nd level, A grade. Humph, 2nd level, A grade isn't that hard to achieve either, Hua Ping dismissively said. He didn't like that others were comparing him to Lin Ming, a mere boy from the world of mortals. Lin Ming ignored these conversations. Instead, he stood in front of the ancient Phoenix Testament and reported his name. Sky Spill Continent's Nguyen family, Nguyen Ming. Millimeter, begin, the red-robed old man said without expression as he showed the ancient Phoenix Testament to Li Ming. As Lin Ming looked straight at the images and words of the ancient Phoenix Testament, he didn't feel anything at the start. But, after looking at it more carefully, he only felt that it contained infinite mysteries. Those strange lines and letters that looked like dancing dragons and phoenixes seemed as if they contained the very source of the great Tao, from when the universe began forming. The truths and principles contained within were far too profound. For a time, Lin Ming fell into a trance. This sort of feeling was like his mind had been suddenly stuffed with a massive amount of information. It made his head ache and his consciousness blur. Lin Ming bit down on his tongue and the battle spirit in his spiritual sea trembled. It was only then that Lin Ming was able to calm his mind. 1 breath of time, 2 breaths of time, 3 breaths of time. At the 4th breath of time, no images of the fire laws reflected yet in Lin Ming's eyes. This caused Yellow Right Ming to be nervous for Lin Ming. If he couldn't show fusion with the fire laws at 4 breaths of time, then at most he would obtain a 2nd level, C rank result. If he had this result at the very start, then it wouldn't have been too shameful. But to have this result now, after those 2 realm of the gods' geniuses had shown off, then others would simply laugh at him. The realm of the gods' disciples grinned as they saw this, talking amongst themselves. Hu Ping had a smug expression as he said, "How mediocre. Although I didn't reach the 1st level, a 2nd level, A grade is still a degree of glory that these lower realm martial artists will never hope to achieve." Lin Ming still remained immersed in perceiving the laws of fire. 5 breaths of time. 6 breaths of time. 6 breaths of time. Yellow Right Minute was shocked. 6 breaths of time was certainly breaking a record, but it was the record for being the worst. Out of everyone whom had gone up so far, no one had surpassed 5 breaths of time. 6 breaths of time. What? 6 breaths of time most likely means he doesn't have the qualifications to reach the 2nd level, he'll be at the 3rd level. How could such a person have crossed the king level trial qualifications? As a realm of the gods martial artist commented, even the red-robed man who was managing the test slightly frowned. He too suspected whether or not Lin Ming had the qualifications to pass the king level smelting trial. Was it possible that his bloodline was light but his combat strength was extraordinary? 7 breaths. 8 breaths. No trace of flame principles yet appeared in Lin Ming's pupils. All of the martial artists had strange expressions on their faces. Where did this fellow come from? This performance was just too disappointing. Did he come here to waste everyone's time? Finally, at the 10th breath of time, small flickering lines finally reflected in Lin Ming's eyes. People thought that Lin Ming had finally fused with the flame laws, but what followed afterwards left everyone speechless. That little trace of flame source principles hadn't even spread out when they had already hidden themselves again, vanishing without a trace. Even Yellow Right Minute couldn't continue watching such an embarrassing sight. To use 2 breaths of time to finally achieve fusion with the fire laws and still fail at the end. What a joke. 11 breaths of time. 12 breaths of time. The tiny traces of fire source principles appeared again. But, just like the last time, these traces didn't even grow before they disappeared again, restoring Lin Ming's pupils to darkness. Good heavens! He failed again. This fellow's comprehension of the concept of fire is simply at a trivial level, a realm of the gods martial artist impatiently exclaimed. Sir Protector, he's obviously wasting our time here. I have no idea how he got in, but his understandings into the concept of fire might as well be the same as a 13 or 14-year-old child, another realm of the gods martial artist said. If he continues being unable to fuse with the fire laws, do we just continue watching? The ancient Phoenix Testaments are handwritten scriptures left behind by our ancient Phoenix clan's patriarchs before they died and ascended to Nirvana. Thus, their numbers are limited. Even a genius might not have a chance to perceive them. And yet it is currently being squandered on this fellow here. This is truly a waste, a martial artist said in a gratingly harsh voice. The red-robed old man's face became gloomy and he said in a low voice, "This old man is the director of the test here. Whether or not anyone has the qualifications to participate in the smelting trial, do you think that is something you can comment on? When a trial challenger is meditating on the source of fire laws, no one can fight, no one can cause a disturbance. Otherwise, any and all offenders shall be expelled from time-worn Phoenix City." As the red-robed old man spoke, he released an invisible aura. As the pressure pushed down on that realm of the gods martial artist, his face paled and he suddenly dared not speak further. The truth was that, even if they fiercely argued with each other, Lin Ming wouldn't have heard them anyways. At this time, he was deep in meditation. He had sealed off his 5 senses and wasn't even aware of the passing of time. With the support of the ethereal martial intent, He was completely focused on comprehending the source of fire laws. Lin Ming's understanding of the concept of fire could truly only be considered at a very basic level. Within the ancient Phoenix clan, it was equivalent to that of a 13 or 14-year-old child. He had to use a full 10 breaths of time in order to touch upon these principles, producing a trace of it in his pupils. However, just as these tiny traces formed, they had actually vanished. To Lin Ming's surprise, he discovered that these trace principles were actually being absorbed by the heretical god seed. After these traces were absorbed, they sealed themselves on the surface of the heretical god seed, forming a small circle of totems. Lin Ming had never imagined that this would occur. He continued to perceive the source fire laws from the ancient Phoenix Testament. After several more breaths of time, he once more became faintly aware, producing yet another tiny trace of fire principles within his eyes. However, after another brief moment, these traces were again absorbed by the heretical god seed. This repeated itself several times. More and more runes were engraved on the heretical god seed, becoming increasingly clear. Lin Ming carefully observed these engraved flame seals on the heretical god seed and found that they were similar to those of the ancient Phoenix Testament. However, there were some slight differences. The ones within him were even more mysterious and incomprehensible. Lin Ming was shocked. He continued to perceive them. He faintly felt that within these capricious mysterious, the most enigmatic power of source laws sealed there was slowly beginning to open their doors to him. A vast and vibrant breadth of the great Tao seemed to blow out, the mysteries of the universe's essential laws wrapped within its grasp. 20 breaths of time. 30 breaths of time. As Lin Ming was in meditation, he felt that all the mysteries of the ancient Phoenix Testament were being engraved onto the heretical god seed. In half an incense stick of time, Lin Ming still didn't move. Now it wasn't just the realm of the gods' martial artists who were becoming impatient, even the martial artists from the lower realms were also growing antsy. They had come to time-worn Phoenix City in order to perceive the root of flame laws, not see someone meditate on the most elementary level of the concept of fire. However, because of the red-robed old man, no one dared to speak. Yellow Right Minute looked at Lin Ming, his mouth crooked. Just what was Lin Ming doing? If he couldn't even fuse with the power of laws within half an incense stick of time, then this was a once-in-a-lifetime performance that really defied the heavens. Just how had he managed to mingle himself into time-worn Phoenix City? While Yellow Right Minute was lost in thought, at this moment, Lin Ming's body suddenly shook. Within his eyes, complex lines of fire began reflecting within his pupils. These lines were constantly evolving and changing, as if they contained the endless riddles of the universe. The less knowledgeable young martial artists didn't seem to think anything was strange, but as the red-robed test director saw this, his eyes lit up and he held his breath. "This is..." the red-robed old man muttered to himself. But at this time, around Lin Ming, a crazy amount of flame source energy began rapidly condensing. A group of fist-sized red orbs of light grew at a noticeable pace, illuminating the dark hall with a luminous glow. What are these lights? The martial artists present were all stunned. Could this be the power of fire source energy? Is this a joke? Hu Ping was bewildered. The red-scaled youth from the realm of the gods had only been able to form a bean-sized amount of this energy, but Lin Ming had formed those the size of a fist. The energy contained within was dozens or even hundreds of times richer. Chapter 723, In Stark Opposition. Chapter 723, In Stark Opposition. Although it was hard to believe, all of the martial artists present were masters of fire laws. How could they not recognize the power of fire source energy? Those round balls of red light contained a staggering amount of pure fire source energy. Not just that, but they were still continuing to grow. The red-scaled man from the realm of the gods sucked in a deep breath. Compared to these energy orbs that Lin Ming had conjured, his own had been like fireflies in a bright night's moonlight. They were simply incomparable. Where did this fellow come from? How could he have such a terrifying source energy compatibility? In studying the ancient Phoenix Testament, the process was divided into two parts. The first was a martial artist's perception and the degree they were able to perceive the laws. The higher one's perception was and the higher their attainments in fire attribute laws, then the speed of their fusion with these laws would also be higher. The second part was a martial artist's compatibility with fire source energy. The easier it was for a martial artist to fuse with this source energy, then the more source energy they would absorb after meditating on the ancient Phoenix Testament. Lin Ming's current situation was that he had taken nearly half an incense stick of time to fuse with the laws. This proved that his comprehension of the concept of fire was only at the most basic, elementary level. However, what was surprising was that after he fused with the laws, the source energy he absorbed was over 100 times that of the red-scaled man. This gap left all of the realm of the gods' martial artists dumbfounded, all of them unable to utter a word. No one had heard of such a strange and wonderful situation like this happening in the history of the ancient Phoenix clan. At this moment, the last flame totem pattern finally etched itself onto the surface of the heretical god seed. Then, the entire pattern flashed with a bright light and all of the surrounding fist-sized source energies began flocking towards Lin Ming's body like a pack of phoenixes. For a time, Lin Ming's entire body burned, emitting dazzling rays of golden light that stung the eyes of everyone present. They could hear the very source of the great Tao crying out from within Lin Ming's body, sending out that vast and infinite aura, as if a phoenix itself was undergoing rebirth through nirvana within his body. As the red-robed old man saw this, he sucked in a deep breath. He looked at Lin Ming, all sorts of thoughts flashing by his eyes. All of the other martial artists in the hall weren't sure just what to say, or even what had happened. As Hu Ping saw all those incomparably precious red lights completely absorbed by Lin Ming, his heart heated with frustration. To take half an incense stick of time was the result of a 14 or 15-year-old child in their clan. But his ability to absorb fire source energy had actually thrown off everyone here by countless miles. For a martial artist, it was possible to use time to slowly make up for their degree of perceiving laws through meditation. But a martial artist's compatibility to fire source energy was something they were born with. It wasn't easy to increase. The higher compatibility that a martial artist had, the easier it was for them to move the massive amount of fire origin energy present in the world. Their endurance, restorative ability, and striking force was a level above those martial artists with a lower compatibility. For a time, Hu Ping's heart surged with jealousy and a deep abiding sense of helplessness. He gritted his teeth and said to the red-scaled youth, "Brother Long, this king-level smelting trial is our first battle. If we already lose to others here, we won't even be able to apply to return to the realm of the gods for the second stage of the trial. If we continue to be pressured by this boy, then even if our result was originally good, then it still becomes garbage." For many cases, results were relative, not absolute. In their world, the only result that mattered was becoming number one, because only the person at the apex would be noticed by others. For the person that obtained second place, even if their results were better than the one in first place, they would still be overshadowed. This was why some people thought that it was a sorrow to be born in the same generation as a peerless hero. The red-scaled youth named Brother Long said, "We can't compare to him in compatibility, but on the other hand, his comprehension of the concept of fire is far inferior to ours. Both of us have our own respective strengths. As for who will win in the end, no one knows. I guess that this fellow's perception shouldn't be that great." As Hu Ping listened to the red-scaled man speak, his eyes lit up. That was right. Because of that one blow from Lin Ming just now, he had nearly forgotten how much more superior he was to begin with. Lin Ming's affinity with fire source energy was indeed extraordinary, but if his perception and comprehension of the concept of fire was horrible, then he would never be able to perceive higher level of abilities and skills, and all that compatibility would be wasted. Thinking of this, the crestfallen Hu Ping gathered up all of his collapsed confidence again. Brother Long is right. His perception shouldn't be any good, otherwise his comprehension of the concept of fire wouldn't be poor to that degree. Moreover, in the king-level smelting trial, one must meditate and perceive the 36 ancient phoenix totem stones. Perception is too important for this. We have the advantage in this aspect. This fellow is likely a simple-minded boy with a great body and nothing else. He certainly shouldn't be able to perceive any sort of pattern. Someone with such a monstrous talent for compatibility with fire source energy having such poor perception is truly a waste. Ping said, incensed. If only that fellow could hand over that monstrous compatibility to him, then life would be great. Our talents have already been tested. We should be choosing our ancient phoenix totem stones soon. Ping, with my understanding of you, it would be a good decision if you chose the profound gold flame totem left behind by the 12th patriarch. The red-scaled youth began to remind the young elites from the realm of the gods with true essence sound transmissions. The red-scaled youth had a very good understanding of the totem stones in time-worn Phoenix City. All right, Brother Long, I'll listen to you, Ping happily said. Everyone would only have 2 hours to choose which ancient phoenix totem they wanted. Choosing the best totem stone for oneself in a limited time span wasn't easy. It was much better with guidance from someone. You are called Nguyen Ming, correct? The red-robed man had a faint smile hanging on his face as he looked at Lin Ming. Yes, sir. Lin Ming cupped his fists together, replying in a respectful yet pleasant manner. Your compatibility with source energy is good. But it's just a pity that your comprehension of fire laws are lacking. This is the first time that I've seen a situation like this, so it's not possible for me to give you an accurate evaluation. For now, I'll temporarily judge you as first level, A grade. As the red-robed old man slowly drawled out his words, the red-scaled youth slightly frowned. A first level, A grade evaluation meant that Lin Ming would have the first choice. Of the 36 ancient phoenix totem stones of time-worn Phoenix City, there were several choices that were obviously better than the others. If Lin Ming chose the same one as him, then he would have no choice but to give it to Lin Ming. Thank you, sir. Lin Ming could feel the goodwill from the red-robed old man's words. He had disregarded his elementary comprehension of laws and had even evaluated him at the first level, A grade, giving him first choice. Nguyen Ming, your situation is certainly rare in my ancient Phoenix clan. I shall give you some advice. Perception and comprehension of laws are often more important than your compatibility with source energy. You must not be complacent just because of some advantages you have. Within the realm of the gods, where the main clan is, there are those who have a perfect Phoenix clan bloodline, and there are many monstrous youths that have a compatibility and perception that far outstrip you. Since your perception is poor, you must practice and perceive the laws through meditation every day. Do not waste your compatibility with source energy. As the saying goes, a lack of talent can be made up with hard work and effort. Make sure that you try your hardest. As the red-robed old man slowly spoke, all of the other martial artists in the hall grew jealous. The red-robed old man had clearly taken a liking towards this Lin Ming, otherwise he would never have given such useful advice. The advantages were obvious in obtaining the recognition of a senior from time-worn Phoenix City. Yes, sir, this junior understands. Lin Ming deeply bowed to show his thanks. The red-robed old man nodded with satisfaction. I should also mention that if you can catch up in the aspect of comprehension of laws, after you reach the Divine Sea realm, then I can recommend you to go to the realm of the gods to complete the second stage of your trial. Of course, the basis of this is that you can obtain the number 1 spot in the first stage of this trial. As the red-robed old man's voice fell, everyone was shocked silly. As long as he could obtain the number 1 spot in the first stage of this smelting trial, then he could go to the realm of the gods to attempt the second stage. The king-level smelting trial grounds of the realm of the gods was where many outstanding young elites of the ancient Phoenix clan wished to go, but many didn't have the qualifications to do so. As for the ancient Phoenix clan martial artists of the lower realms, obtaining these qualifications was simply wishful thinking. Now, Lin Ming actually had this chance. How could they not be jealous? Many martial artists couldn't help but glance at the red-scaled youth from the realm of the gods. In order for Lin Ming to obtain the top spot, he would have to surpass that youth. Lin Ming's compatibility was indeed high, but that red-scaled youth's perception was abnormal. This was a battle of compatibility versus perception. They stood in stark opposition to each other. The red-scaled youth looked intensely at Lin Ming. He had thought that he would easily stroll through the smelting trial of time-worn Phoenix City, but he didn't imagine that events would rapidly devolve to this degree. The red-robed old man's words were obviously spoken to stir up some conflict. When astounding talents went all out to defeat the other, They would be able to bring out their maximum potential through competition, breaking through their own limits. This battle was one he must win. Not only was this a matter of honor and face, but it was also because he presented the true Phoenix clan from the realm of the gods. The red-scaled youth's expression didn't change. He sent a true essence sound transmission to Huaping. I must win first place in this smelting trial. This is not related to glory. If I lose, then I shall be relegated to a much more minor position in the family. You must help me as much as you can. The red-scaled youth also came from the Hua clan within the realm of the gods. His name was Hua Wenlong. The great families of the realm of the gods placed great importance on tradition and glory. All of them had a natural sense of superiority deeply ingrained within their bones. To them, a heroic young elite from a family clan within the realm of the gods had no choice but to become number one. If Hua Wenlong was used as a stepping stone by Lin Ming this time, then he would lose all sense of glory and pride. Moreover, Hua Wenlong had originally lost the qualifications to attend the king-level smelting trial in the realm of the gods to begin with, and because of that his heart had been turbulent. He had steeled himself to make a big show here to show his family clan just how talented he was in order to try returning to the realm of the gods for the next stage of the smelting trial. But, if he lost here, then that dream would vanish. Of course. Brother Long, seventh sister and I will help you as much as we can. Huaping immediately displayed his utter loyalty. He couldn't really be regarded as any decent talent within the realm of the gods Hua clan. If nothing happened, then he would be assigned by the clan to go out to the middle of nowhere and manage a branch business of arranging training resources. If he could be on good terms with Hua Wenlong, then this would be very helpful to him in the future. Well done. The test has ended here. You can all go to choose your own ancient phoenix totem stone now. You all have 2 hours to choose. 2 hours from now, all of you must show which choice you've made to me. The red-robed old man spoke before turning around and leading everyone deeper into the temple. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.